So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was raised by his ghost grandfather Fleamont Potter. So as you already know, my recent video that I had uploaded, what if Harry Potter was raised by his ghost grandmother Doria Black, it was a massive success. And many people like that. So yeah, here I am with his grandfather. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Before we move on to the story, I just want to let you know that because of some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro. And also, as you already know, we are super close for 10k subscribers, so please make sure to subscribe. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Harry's bare feet slapped against wet grass as he ran, and he didn't look back, because looking back meant seeing Uncle Vernon's purple face, and that was worse than whatever was ahead. The spring rain had turned the neighborhood into a mess of puddles and mud, and his oversized pajamas, Dudley's cast-offs, always Dudley's cast-offs, were soaked through within seconds. He was 5 years old and he was running, and he didn't know where he was going. Only that he couldn't stay in that cupboard one more second. Not with Vernon screaming about the television exploding and how freaks needed to learn their place. He'd made the television explode. Harry knew that. He didn't know how, but he knew it was him, the same way he knew it was him when his hair grew back overnight, after Aunt Petunia shaved it, the same way he knew it was him when he'd ended up on the school roof last month. Something lived inside him, something that came out when he was scared or angry, and the Dursleys hated it. Hated him. His lungs burned. Little winging streets blurred past. Neat houses, neat gardens, neat cars, neat people who never noticed the bruises on the small boy from number 4. Harry cut through Mrs. Figg's yard, because she never locked her back gate, scrambled over the fence into the empty lot behind it, and kept running. But the world twisted. That was the only way to describe it. 1 second he was in the empty lot with its weeds and rusted shopping trolley, and the next second, Harry stumbled and fell hard onto stone. Not grass, stone, old stone, cracked and covered in moss, and when he looked up, gasping, he wasn't in Little Winging anymore. A cottage stood in front of him, or what was left of one. Half the structure had collapsed, walls blown outward like something had exploded from inside. Scorch marks blackened the remaining stones. Weeds grew through the rubble, tall and wild, but there was something else too, flowers. Lilies, dozens of them. Blooming white and perfect around the destruction, like someone had planted a garden in a graveyard. Harry pushed himself up slowly. His palms stung where they'd scraped against stone. The rain had stopped. No, that wasn't right. He was wet, but no rain fell here. The sky above was clear and dark, stars scattered across it like spilled salt. "Well," said a voice behind him. "This is unexpected." Harry spun around so fast he almost fell again. A man stood there. Except he wasn't really standing, was he? Harry could see through him. The stones of the ruined cottage were visible right through the man's chest, through his old-fashioned suit and his neatly trimmed beard and his wire-rimmed spectacles. He was silver and translucent and absolutely impossible, and he was looking at Harry with an expression caught somewhere between shock and something else, something that made Harry's chest hurt in a way he didn't understand. "You're a ghost," Harry said, "because what else could you say?" "And you," the ghost replied, moving closer. No, gliding, his feet didn't touch the ground. Harry. "Harry James Potter. My great-great-grandson." Harry took a step back. "I don't have any family," the Dursleys said. "The Dursleys," the ghost interrupted, and his voice went cold in a way that made the air temperature actually drop. "Her liars. They've been lying to you since the moment they took you in, which I assume was not by your choice. They're my aunt and uncle. Aunt Petunia is my mum's sister. And I am Fleamont Potter, your father's grandfather, which makes me significantly more relevant to your existence than Petunia Dursley and her walrus of a husband." The ghost, Fleamont, circled Harry slowly, examining him, and his expression grew darker with each passing second. "You're malnourished. Those bruises on your arms aren't from falling, and you're wearing what appears to be a tent with leg holes." He stopped circling. "Harry, look at me." Harry looked. It was hard not to. The ghost commanded attention in a way that Harry had never experienced before, even see, through and silver. How did you get here? I don't know. I was running from Uncle Vernon because the television exploded, and it was my fault somehow. Harry gestured helplessly at the ruined cottage. I was here. Fleamont's eyes widened behind his spectral spectacles. You apparated. Merlin's saggy left. You apparated. At 5 years old. Without a wand. Across protective wards that should have prevented exactly this kind of thing. A laugh escaped him, bright and startled. James couldn't do that. Charles couldn't do that. I certainly couldn't do that. I don't know what that means. It means you moved yourself through space using nothing but willpower and magic. It means you're either extraordinarily powerful or extraordinarily desperate. Fleamont's expression softened. I suspect both. Harry hugged himself against the cold that wasn't really cold. What is this place? This, Fleamont said quietly, was your home. Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow. Your parents lived here. You lived here for the first year of your life. And then, he stopped. I think perhaps we should sit down for this conversation. You can't sit, Harry pointed out. You're a ghost. Impertinent child, I like that. Come. He led Harry through the rubble to a section of wall that still had a bench built into it, old wood somehow preserved despite everything. Harry sat. The stone was cold beneath him, but he'd been cold before. The Dursleys didn't heat the cupboard under the stairs. Fleamont settled beside him, hovering just above the bench's surface in a way that looked almost natural if you squinted. Your parents, he began, were James Potter and Lily Evans Potter. My grandson and his wife. They were murdered 4 years ago by a dark wizard named Voldemort. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. Petunia Dursley wouldn't know a car crash from a killing curse. She's a muggle, which means she has no magic, and more importantly, she's a bitter, jealous woman who hated her sister for being special when she wasn't. Fleamont's form flickered with agitation. Lily Evans was one of the most brilliant witches of her generation, and she died protecting you. James died trying to give her time to escape. They were heroes, Harry. Not drunks who drove their car into a ditch. Harry's hands had started shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs and tried to breathe normally. Why did this? Voldemort want to kill them? That's a longer story. The important part right now is that he tried to kill you too. He cast the killing curse at you, a spell that has no counter and no defense, and somehow it rebounded, destroyed his body. Left you with nothing but that scar on your forehead and a legacy that's going to follow you for the rest of your life. Harry touched his scar automatically, the lightning bolt shape that Aunt Petunia always made him cover with his fringe. I did that. When I was a baby. You. And your mother's sacrifice, and something else that no one fully understands. The wizarding world calls you the boy who lived. You're famous, Harry. Walk into any magical establishment in Britain, and they'll know your name. The shaking had spread to Harry's whole body now. He couldn't stop it. Everything he'd ever known was wrong, every explanation, every punishment for being a freak, every night in the cupboard wondering why he was different. I'm not a freak, he whispered. Fleamont's expression shattered. For a moment, the commanding presence disappeared and there was only grief, raw and terrible. No, child. You're a wizard, a Potter. And you're sitting in the wreckage of your birthright while the people who should have protected you. He cut himself off. Visibly gathered himself. I died before you were born, Harry. Heart gave out, the healers said, though personally I think Euphemia's death the year before is what really killed me. I never met you, never met Lily. I only saw James once after my death, and he was too grief-stricken to have a proper conversation. You've been here this whole time. Alone. Ghosts don't experience time the way the living do. It feels like moments, flickers. I knew years were passing, but they didn't feel like years. And then suddenly you were here, this tiny fierce thing with Lily's eyes and James's face and... Fleamont laughed again, but it was a different sound now. Watery. Could ghosts cry? I have never believed in fate, Harry. I find the concept intellectually offensive. But I believe in opportunity, and you have just presented me with one. What kind of opportunity? You can do magic. Powerful magic, if tonight is any indication. And you know nothing about it. Nothing about your heritage, nothing about the world waiting for you, nothing about the dangers you'll face or the tools you'll need to face them. You're starting from nothing. Flemont leaned forward, and even though he was translucent, even though Harry could see the stars through his chest, his presence felt solid as stone. I spent 60 years mastering potions and dueling and the subtle arts of magical politics. I invented products that made the Potter fortune. I dueled dark wizards and won. I raised a son who became an Auror and a grandson who fought against Voldemort himself. I know things, Harry. Things I can teach you. Harry looked at the ghost of his great-grandfather in the ruins of his parents' home. And he thought about the cupboard under the stairs, and he thought about Dudley's second bedroom full of broken toys, while Harry slept on a thin mattress in the dark. And he thought about the word freak and how much he hated it. Will I have to go back? He asked. To the Dursleys. Fleamont was quiet for a long moment. For now, yes. There are protections on that house, tied to your mother's blood. Petunia is Lily's sister, and as long as you call her home your home, certain magics can't touch you there. It's crude protection, and I have suspicions about who arranged it, but it's real. Oh, but, Fleamont raised a finger. There is nothing stopping you from leaving during the day. Nothing stopping you from coming here as often as you can. The magic that brought you tonight. We can refine it, teach you to control it. Make it so you can travel between Little Winging and Godric's Hollow as easily as walking through a door. You'll still sleep in that miserable house, still maintain the fiction that they're raising you. But they won't be. I will. Harry stared at him. You want to raise me? You're dead. I'm dead, not incompetent. I can't cook you meals or buy you clothing, that's true. But I can teach you magic. I can tell you about your family. I can prepare you for what's coming. What's coming? Hogwarts, for one. The school where every Potter has learned magic for centuries. You'll receive your letter when you turn 11. Fleamont's expression darkened. And Dumbledore, the headmaster, the man who placed you with the Dursleys against my explicit instructions in my will. Why would he do that? Because Albus Dumbledore plays chess with people's lives, and he decided you were more useful as a pawn than as a person. The ghost's form flickered again, more violently this time, but that's a conversation for another night. Right now, you need to learn how to get back home before anyone notices you're missing. I don't want to go back. I know. Fleamont's voice was gentle now, gentler than anything Harry had ever heard directed at him. But you will, and you'll keep going back, night after night, month after month, for 6 more years. Because the one thing I'm going to teach you that matters more than any spell or potion is this patience. The Dursleys are temporary. Your suffering is temporary. But what you learn here, what you become, that's forever. Can you understand that? Harry thought about it. Really thought, not just nodded along like he did when Aunt Petunia told him to be grateful for table scraps. You're saying I have to wait. I'm saying you have to plan. There's a difference. Waiting is passive. Planning is active. You're going to walk back into that house tonight, and you're going to look at Vernon Dursley. And you're going to think about the fact that one day, when you're older and trained and ready, he'll never be able to touch you again. That thought is going to keep you sane. That thought is going to keep you sharp. Can you hold on to that? Yes. Good. Fleamont rose, floated upward. Really, until he was vertical again. Now. Apparition. The magic you used to get here. Close your eyes and think about the cupboard under the stairs. Picture it exactly. The size, the smell, the feeling of being inside it. Harry closed his eyes and thought about the cupboard. The thin mattress with its springs poking through. The spiders in the corner that he'd named because they were the only company he had. The strip of light under the door that was his only source of illumination. Good. Now want to be there. I don't want to be there. Want to be there anyway. Magic responds to will, not preference. You can hate a destination and still reach it. The important thing is clarity of intent. See the cupboard. Know you need to be in the cupboard. And then push. Harry pushed. The world twisted again, and when he opened his eyes, He was lying on his thin mattress in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive. He could hear Vernon snoring upstairs. He could smell the leftover dinner he hadn't been allowed to eat. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was smiling. The next morning, Vernon screamed at Harry for 3 solid minutes about the television, and then sent him to the garden to pull weeds as punishment. Harry pulled weeds. His hands bled. He didn't care. He was thinking about Fleamont, about magic, about the fact that he had a family after all, even if they were dead. That night, after the Dursleys went to bed, Harry closed his eyes and pictured Potter Cottage. The ruined walls, the lily flowers, the bench where he'd sat with his great-great-grandfather. He pushed. And he was there. Fleamont was waiting for him. Excellent. Faster than I expected. Now, let's begin properly. Begin what? Your education. The ghost gestured, and Harry realized for the first time that there were books floating in the air behind him. Actual books. Physical and solid. Suspended by magic that Harry couldn't see. I can't touch things, but I can move them with enough concentration. Took me decades to figure out how. These are texts I've gathered from the remains of the cottage and the surrounding area. Basic magical theory, history, potions fundamentals. You'll start with those. Harry looked at the floating books. I don't know how to read very well, the Dursleys. Then we'll start with reading. Fleamont's voice was calm, no judgment in it. Sit down. We have 6 years and approximately 2,000 nights before your Hogwarts letter arrives. That's enough time to teach you everything I know, if we're efficient about it. Harry sat. He picked up the first book, a thin volume with a faded cover that read, A Young Wizard's First Steps, and opened it. Fleamont began to teach. 3 months later, Harry could read as well as any child his age. 6 months later, he could read better. Fleamont was a brutal taskmaster in some ways. He didn't accept excuses, didn't tolerate laziness, didn't let Harry skip ahead without mastering fundamentals. But he was also patient in ways the Dursleys had never been. When Harry struggled with a concept, Fleamont explained it differently. When Harry got frustrated, Fleamont let him vent and then redirected him back to work. When Harry cried, which happened more often than he wanted to admit in those early months, Fleamont talked to him about James and Lily, about the family he'd lost, about the fact that grief wasn't weakness. Your father cried, Fleamont told him one night, after Harry had a particularly bad day at the Dursleys involving Dudley and a flight of stairs. Not often, but when it mattered. When his parents died. When friends fell in the war. There's no shame in tears, Harry. Only in letting them stop you from moving forward. Harry wiped his face and picked up his book again. By the time he turned 6, Harry had finished the introductory texts and moved on to actual magical theory. He couldn't practice spells. No wand. And Fleamont was adamant that wandless magic beyond accidental bursts was dangerous for children. But he could understand the principles behind them. Intent, focus, magical energy. The 3 components of every spell, whether you were lighting a candle or bringing down a mountain. Potions, however, Fleamont said with obvious relish, require no wand at all. They'd set up a brewing station in one of the cottage's more intact rooms. Harry had gathered the equipment piece by piece over months. A cauldron from the rubble, stirring rods from the garden. Ingredients that Fleamont guided him to find in the wild, or in some cases, ordered through increasingly creative methods involving Harry. Some Muggle money he'd swiped from the Dursleys, and an owl that had taken up residence in the cottage ruins. Potions are the great equalizer. Fleamont lectured as Harry carefully measured out dried nettles. Any wizard can wave a wand, but brewing requires precision, patience, and genuine understanding. A perfectly brewed potion works regardless of the wizard's magical power. That's why I focused on it, you know. My dueling skills were adequate, my transfiguration respectable, but in potions, I was exceptional. Is that how you got rich? Potions. Sleekhazy's hair potion. My invention. Quadrupled the Potter family fortune overnight. Fleamont sounded insufferably smug, and Harry found himself grinning. Every witch and wizard in Britain with unruly hair has used my product at some point. Your father refused to touch it on principle, the stubborn brat. Said he liked his hair wild. Harry touched his own hair, which stuck up in every direction no matter what he did to it. Did it work? Beautifully. Would have tamed even that bird's nest you've inherited. But James was right, in his way. There's something to be said for authenticity. Fleamont peered at Harry's cauldron. You're stirring too fast. Slower. Consistent rhythm. Potions respond to intention, yes, but they also respond to mechanical precision. You can't rush chemistry. Harry slowed his stirring. The potion, a simple cure for boils, the first recipe Fleamont had deemed him ready for, shimmered and shifted from brown to blue. Good. Now add the horned slugs, one at a time at 5-second intervals. Harry added the slugs. The potion hissed and bubbled. When he was done, it had settled into a smooth pink liquid that looked exactly like the illustration in his textbook. Adequate, Flemont said, which Harry had learned was his version of effusive praise. Age 7 brought dueling theory, not practice. Harry still couldn't cast spells, but the intellectual framework. Most wizards treat dueling like brawling. Flemont explained, demonstrating wand movements with his spectral hand, even though no magic came from them. They throw curses at each other until someone falls down. Brutish. Ineffective. A true duelist is a strategist. You're not trying to overpower your opponent. You're trying to outthink them. What if they're stronger than me? Everyone is stronger than someone, Harry. The question is whether they're smarter. Speed beats power if the faster wizard knows where to strike. Defense beats offense if you can outlast your opponent's stamina. Misdirection beats both if your opponent can't figure out what you're actually doing. Fleamont made Harry draw diagrams, map out theoretical duel scenarios, analyze famous conflicts from history. Dumbledore beat Grindelwald in 1945. Do you know how? With the Elder Wand, with psychology. Grindelwald was Dumbledore's friend decades earlier. Possibly more than friends if the rumors are true. When they finally faced each other, Grindelwald hesitated at a crucial moment. Dumbledore didn't. Fleamont's expression was complicated. The lesson isn't that love is weakness. It isn't. The lesson is that knowing your opponent matters more than knowing spells. If Grindelwald had faced a stranger, he might have won. He faced someone who knew exactly which buttons to push. Harry filed that information away. He filed everything away these days. 8 years old, and Harry had started paying attention to the Dursleys in new ways. Not as victims paid attention to abusers, watching for signs of danger, flinching at loud noises, but as a student paid attention to subjects of study. Vernon responds to authority. He reported to Fleamont one night. If someone he thinks is important tells him to do something, he does it. But he needs to believe they're important. Expensive clothes. Confident voices. Big cars. Classic insecurity. He's afraid of people looking down on him, so he worships anyone who looks up. What about Petunia? She wants to be normal more than anything. She's terrified that the neighbors will find out about me. I could probably get away with more if I threatened to tell people about magic. Fleamont looked at him sharply. Could you? Would you? Harry thought about it. No. Not unless I had to. It would make things worse in the long run. And it would be cruel. Why does that matter? Because. Harry struggled to articulate it. Because they're awful, but that doesn't mean I have to be. You said Potters have standards. Being cruel to people weaker than me isn't a standard I want. Fleamont was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled, and it was the warmest expression Harry had ever seen on his transparent face. Your grandmother Euphemia would have loved you, Harry. She always said the measure of a person wasn't how they treated equals, but how they treated those who couldn't fight back. I'm not treating the Dursleys well. You're not treating them cruelly either. There's a difference between refusing to degrade yourself for their comfort and actively tormenting them. The former is self-respect. The latter would be revenge, and revenge is a poison that corrodes the vessel more than the target. Fleamont settled back into his hovering position. Now, tell me about Dudley. Dudley's... Harry paused. Sad, actually. He's got everything he wants, and he's still not happy. His parents give him things instead of attention, and he's noticed, even if he doesn't understand it. Could he be an ally? Maybe. Someday. Not now. He's too caught up in being the good son, the normal one. But I've stopped hitting back when he and his friends chase me. It confuses him. He doesn't know what to do when I don't react. Excellent. Unpredictability is a weapon. If your enemy doesn't know what to expect from you, they can't plan for it. Harry grinned. Is Dudley my enemy? Dudley is your practice. Your real enemies will be much more dangerous. But the principles are the same. 9 years old, and Harry started brewing potions that actually did things. Not just practice recipes, but useful concoctions. Healing salves for his bruises, energy draughts for the long nights of study. A mild sleeping potion that he slipped into Vernon's beer on particularly bad nights so the man would pass out before he could work himself into a rage. Careful with that. Fleamont warned. Dependence. Tolerance. Dosage variations. You're playing with fire. I know. I calculated the amounts based on his body weight. It's low enough that his liver processes it without strain. And I vary the timing so he can't build tolerance. Harry stoppered another vial. I'm not trying to hurt him. Just manage him. And when you go to Hogwarts, when you can't manage him anymore, then the protections Dumbledore set up will have to hold on their own. I'll come back for summers, probably. Maintain the blood wards. Harry's voice was carefully neutral. But I won't be a child then. I'll have a wand. Options. Fleamont studied him for a long moment. You've thought about this? I think about everything now. You taught me that. I taught you to analyze. I didn't teach you to plot against your family. They're not my family. The words came out harder than Harry intended. You're my family. Mum and Dad were my family. The Dursleys are landlords, bad ones. I pay rent in suffering, and I'll stop paying the moment I can afford to. Fleamont didn't argue. There wasn't really an argument to make. At 10, Harry could brew any potion in the standard Hogwarts curriculum, and several that weren't. He knew magical history well enough to correct the textbooks when they got things wrong. He'd memorized the theory of over 200 spells and understood the principles well enough to extrapolate to hundreds more. He'd studied wizarding etiquette, pure-blood politics, the structure of the ministry, the history of the Wisingamot, and he'd started practicing wandless magic. Dangerous. Fleamont had warned him. Without a wand to channel and regulate, raw magic can burn you out. Start small. Smaller than small. Harry started with a feather. Making it twitch, making it lift, making it float, wobble, fall. 3 months of practice for 10 seconds of floating, and each night he felt like his brain was trying to squeeze out through his ears. The wand does most of the work. He realized one night, panting after a particularly draining attempt. It shapes the magic, focuses it, handles the fine control. Without it, I have to do everything manually. Correct. Which is why wandless magic is rare at any meaningful scale. The energy cost is prohibitive. Fleamont's expression was thoughtful. But being able to do small things, summon objects, unlock doors, create light, without reaching for your wand could save your life someday. It's worth the investment. Harry looked at the feather, lifted his hand, thought about it rising. It rose, steadier this time, almost controlled. He let it fall and grinned through his exhaustion. The summer before Harry turned 11, Fleamont sat him down for a different kind of lesson. Hogwarts. The ghost began. What do you know? 4 houses. Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the ambitious, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal. Sorting ceremony at the start of first year. Classes in charms, transfiguration, potions, defense, herbology, history, and astronomy. Dumbledore as headmaster since 1956. My parents were both Gryffindors, as was my father's entire family going back centuries. Good. Now tell me what the history books leave out. Harry blinked. I don't understand. The houses aren't just categories, Harry. They're factions. Political blocks that shape alliances for life. Slytherin has traditionally aligned with blood purist ideology, though that's more about the families that sort there than anything inherent to ambition. Gryffindor produces aurors and activists, people who run toward trouble. Ravenclaw produces academics and researchers, people who prefer to observe trouble from a safe distance. Hufflepuff. Fleamont paused. Hufflepuff produces people who remember that the other three houses exist to serve something larger than themselves. Don't underestimate them. Which house should I be in? That's not my decision, and I wouldn't make it if I could. The Sorting Hat will evaluate you. It looks for dominant traits but also considers preference. If you genuinely want a particular house and can make a case for belonging there, the hat will usually oblige. Harry thought about it. Gryffindor then, for my parents, a reasonable choice, though I'd encourage you to consider the strategic implications. Gryffindor will come with expectations. The boy who lived in the House of Heroes, following in James and Lily's footsteps, you'll be watched, measured. Every success attributed to destiny, every failure magnified. What about Slytherin? Fleamont's laugh was sharp and surprised. That would be bold. The Potter hair in the snake pit. You'd have to fight for every inch of respect, and half the wizarding world would assume you'd gone dark. But you'd also have access to connections and information that Gryffindors never see. The pureblood elite sort overwhelmingly Slytherin. Knowing them, understanding them, could be valuable. You're not telling me what to do. I'm telling you to think. Whatever house you end up in, make sure it's a choice, not an accident. The hat responds to conviction. Show up without one, and it'll sort you wherever it thinks you'll grow the most. Show up with clear intention and you can steer the outcome. Harry nodded slowly. What about Dumbledore? You said he placed me with the Dursleys. Fleamont's expression hardened. Albus Dumbledore is the most politically powerful wizard in Britain. He holds 3 separate positions of authority. Headmaster of Hogwarts, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. And he's used that power to shape the last 50 years of magical history. He defeated Grindelwald. He's the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. And he is, without question, the person most responsible for the terrible choices that defined your childhood. Why would he leave me with the Dursleys? Why not a wizarding family? The blood wards are real. Your mother's sacrifice created protection tied to her bloodline, and Petunia is the only living carrier of that bloodline. So there's a legitimate reason. Fleamont paused. But there were options. He could have monitored your situation. Could have intervened when the abuse became clear. Could have allowed you to spend time in the magical world during summers. He did none of those things. Why not? I don't know for certain, but I have theories. Fleamont's form flickered with old anger. Dumbledore believes in sacrifice. In the greater good. He's lost people he loved and convinced himself that loss is sometimes necessary. I think he wanted you humble, grateful, eager to please authority figures who showed you kindness. The abused child who grows up desperate for approval is easy to guide, easy to control. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. He wanted me broken. Not broken, malleable. There's a difference, though it's smaller than Dumbledore probably admits to himself. He's not evil, Harry. I want you to understand that. He genuinely believes he's acting for the best. But he's been making decisions for so long, with so little accountability, that he's forgotten other people have the right to make their own choices. You're a piece on his chessboard. He's been planning your moves since before you were born. What does he want me to do? Face Voldemort, eventually. The Dark Lord isn't dead. I'd bet my afterlife on that. He's waiting somewhere in some form and he'll return. When he does, Dumbledore will expect you to be ready. But ready on his terms. Ready to follow his plan. Ready to sacrifice whatever he deems necessary. Harry was quiet for a long time. The cottage ruins seemed darker than usual, the stars harder and colder. I'm not a chess piece, he said finally. No, you're not. And showing Dumbledore that will be one of the most difficult things you ever do. Because he won't understand. He'll think you're being corrupted, or manipulated, or that you've lost your way. It won't occur to him that you might simply be choosing your own path. What if my path and his path align? What if I want to stop Voldemort too? Fleamont smiled, thin and sharp. Then you'll stop him. On your terms, with your methods, and when it's done, you'll be the one who decides what happens next. Not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not anyone else. That's the difference between being a tool and being a person. Tools don't get picked what they're used for. Harry looked at his hands. They were small, still, a child's hands scarred from garden work and potion accidents. But they were steady. "One more year," he said. "One more year," Fleamont agreed. "And then everything changes." Harry's 11th birthday dawned gray and drizzling, which seemed appropriate for little winging. He woke in his cupboard at 6, same as always, and started on his morning chores before the Dursleys came downstairs. Eggs for Dudley, toast for Petunia, bacon for Vernon, nothing for Harry. But he'd eaten at the cottage the night before. Fleamont had figured out how to manipulate the old house, elf magic still embedded in the ruins, which meant Harry could sometimes summon food from the kitchen of a pub in Hogsmeade, whose owners thought their storage had a minor ghost problem. The letters had been coming for a week. The first one arrived on July 24th, addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. Vernon burned it. The second one came the next day. Vernon burned that one too and nailed the mail slot shut. The third came through the crack under the door. The fourth through the kitchen window. The fifth through the fireplace, all 12 of them, bursting from the flames like startled birds. Vernon had been losing his mind steadily for 7 days now. His face had achieved new shades of purple Harry hadn't known were physiologically possible. Petunia walked around with her lips pressed, so thin they disappeared entirely. Dudley mostly stayed in his room, confused and frightened by his parents' behavior. Harry could have ended it at any time. Could have told them he already knew about Hogwarts, about magic, about everything. Could have caught one of the letters in front of them and opened it with a casual smile. But Fleamont had advised patience, and Harry had learned to trust that advice. Let them exhaust themselves, the ghost had said. Let Dumbledore's messenger come. You'll learn more from how they approach you than you would from a simple letter. So Harry waited. Did his chores. Dodged Vernon's increasingly erratic swings. Watched the letters pile up and burn and pile up again. On the morning of July 31st, his birthday, he woke to shouting. Vernon had decided in the night that they needed to leave. "We're going somewhere they can't find us?" he bellowed, stuffing clothes into a suitcase. "Get in the car! All of you! Now!" They drove, and drove, and drove. Past London, past Bristol, out to the coast, then onto a ferry, then off the ferry onto a rocky island with a single shack perched on its cliff like a sulking bird. "This'll do," Vernon announced, as if he'd planned it all along instead of stumbling onto the island by accident when the ferry captain mentioned it was for sale. "No mail service out here. No post, we'll wait them out." Harry said nothing. He carried his single bag, the one small bag Petunia allowed him, into the shack and found a corner of the floor that looked slightly less wet than the others. The storm outside was building into something spectacular, waves crashing against the cliffs hard enough to shake the whole structure. At 11:50, 9 p.m., Harry counted down silently. At midnight exactly, someone knocked on the door. Vernon scrambled up, shotgun in hand, where had he gotten a shotgun, and pointed it at the door with shaking hands. "Whoever you are, I'm warning you. I'm armed." The door exploded inward. The man who stepped through had to duck to fit, and even then his head brushed the ceiling. He was massive, wild-haired, wearing a massive leather coat that dripped with rain. And his face was almost entirely hidden behind a beard that could have housed a family of badgers. In one enormous hand, he carried a pink umbrella. "Sorry about that," the giant said cheerfully, picking up the door and jamming it roughly back into its frame. "Storm's a nasty one, eh? Couldn't hear meself knock." Vernon made a strangled sound. Petunia had gone white as milk. Dudley was hiding behind the couch, only his eyes visible. Harry stood up from his corner. "You're from Hogwarts." The giant turned to him, and his whole face transformed into something bright and welcoming. "Harry! Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Carried you out of the house meself, I did, the night. Well, the night everything happened." He crossed the shack in 2 enormous strides and pulled Harry into a hug that lifted him completely off the ground. "Look at ya, Got Lily's eyes, just like everyone says. And James's hair, poor lad. Never could get that mess to cooperate. Rubius Hagrid, Harry said, slightly muffled against the giant's coat. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid pulled back, startled.
How'd you know that?
I've done some research. Research. Hagrid's brow furrowed. But how'd you even know? He stopped. Looked around the shack. Looked at Vernon's shotgun, at Petunia's frozen face, at Dudley's terrified eyes peering from behind the couch. His expression darkened. They didn't tell ya. No. Hagrid's voice dropped to something dangerous. You didn't know you was a wizard. Didn't know about your parents, about what happened about. I know everything. Harry cut in calmly. About my parents, about Voldemort. Hagrid flinched at the name. About Hogwarts and the magical world and what I am. The Dursleys tried to keep me ignorant. They failed. How? Harry smiled. It wasn't a particularly nice smile. I'm a Potter, we find ways. Hagrid stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a booming sound that rattled the windows. Blimey, you sound just like your dad. James always said that. Whenever someone told him something was impossible, Potters find ways, he'd say, and then he'd go and do whatever it was just to prove he could. I'd like to hear more about him. About both of them. Harry glanced at the Dursleys. But perhaps somewhere else. Right, yeah, of course. Hagrid straightened up, as much as he could, given the low ceiling, and turned to face Vernon. Harry won't be needing anything else from you lot. I've got his school supplies to buy and a letter to deliver, proper like. He pulled an envelope from his coat, yellow parchment with green ink, and handed it to Harry. Happy birthday, by the way. 11 years old. Old enough for Hogwarts. Old enough for a lot of things. Harry took the letter. Ran his fingers over the wax seal, the Hogwarts crest. A lion and snake and eagle and badger quartered beneath the letter H. He'd seen pictures, but seeing it in person was different. Now hold on just one moment. Vernon started. You, Hagrid said, turning on him with sudden fury, don't get to say a word. I've seen how you treat him. Cupboard under the stairs, I heard. Cupboard under the bleeding stairs for 10 years. While your whale of a son got 2 bedrooms. He pointed his umbrella at Vernon's chest. If I ever hear you've laid a hand on him again, I'll come back. And this time I won't knock. Vernon's face went from purple to white in about 2 seconds. Harry. Hagrid's voice was gentle again. You ready to go? Harry looked around the shack one last time. Petunia wouldn't meet his eyes. Vernon was still frozen in place. Dudley had disappeared entirely behind the couch. Yeah, Harry said. I'm ready. He walked out into the storm with Hagrid, and he didn't look back once. The boat ride to shore was wet and wild, waves tossing them around like toys. But Hagrid seemed unbothered and Harry found he didn't mind. After 10 years of careful control, of watching and waiting and planning, there was something freeing about letting chaos wash over him. So, Hagrid said, rowing with strokes that sent them flying across the water, you said you know everything. How much is everything? I know about the war, about Voldemort. Hagrid flinched again. And what he did, and how my parents died stopping him. I know about the prophecy, at least that there is one. I know I'm famous in the wizarding world for something I don't remember doing. I know Dumbledore placed me with the Dursleys against my family's wishes, and I know he's been watching me from afar without ever intervening in my situation. Hagrid's rowing slowed. Who told you all that? Does it matter? It matters if someone's been filling your head with ideas about Dumbledore. He's a great man, Harry. The greatest wizard of the age. He had reasons for what he did, I'm sure of it. I'm sure he did too. Harry's voice was calm, carefully neutral. That doesn't mean those reasons were good ones, or that I have to agree with them. Hagrid was quiet for a long moment. Then, you're not what I expected. What did you expect? I dunno. Someone more confused, I suppose. More scared. The Harry I imagined wouldn't have been standing there all calm, like, correcting me on what he did and didn't know. The Harry you imagined grew up with people who loved him. I didn't. The words hung in the air between them. Hagrid's face crumpled with something like grief. I'm sorry, Harry, truly. If I'd known, you didn't. And even if you had, what could you have done? Dumbledore made the decision. You follow Dumbledore. It wasn't an accusation exactly, just a statement of fact. Hagrid started, then stopped. Yeah, I suppose I do. They reached the shore. Hagrid tied up the boat and led Harry through the pre-dawn darkness to a small village, then down an alley, then to a motorcycle that was roughly the size of a small car. Borrowed it from a friend, Hagrid said, swinging his leg over. Hop on. Harry hopped. The motorcycle roared to life, lifted off the ground. Harry didn't even blink at that, and shot into the sky like a very loud, very illegal comet. So, Hagrid shouted over the wind. Got a list of supplies you'll need. Books, cauldron robes, wand. I know the list, Harry shouted back. Standard for all first years. I've already read the first 3 chapters of each textbook. How'd you manage that without the books? Library in. Harry caught himself. A library I found. Old family materials. Hagrid didn't press, which Harry appreciated. They flew in companionable silence for a while, the motorcycle eating up miles of English countryside beneath them. As the sun rose, London materialized out of the morning mist, and Hagrid began to descend. They landed in a small courtyard behind what looked like a perfectly ordinary pub. Harry read the sign, the leaky cauldron, and felt something shift in his chest. This was it. His first official step into the world that had been waiting for him. Fleamont had described the cauldron in detail, but descriptions couldn't capture the smell of it, the warmth, the background hum of magic that made Harry's skin tingle. The interior was dark and shabby, crowded with people in robes of every color. And the moment they stepped through the door, every single head turned to look at them. At Harry. Bless my soul, whispered the bartender, a bald man with a face like a worried potato. Harry Potter. The room exploded. People surged forward, hands outstretched, voices overlapping in a wall of noise. Mr. Potter, it's an honor. I can't believe. My mother was there, you know, at the night you. Can I shake your hand? Harry stood very still and let them wash over him. He shook hands when hands were offered. He nodded politely at stammered stories about where people were the night Voldemort fell. He smiled, because smiling was expected, and he said nothing, because nothing he could say would matter to people who were greeting a legend instead of a person. After what felt like hours, but was probably 5 minutes, Hagrid managed to extract him from the crowd and hustle him through a back door into another courtyard. This one was smaller, just a brick wall and a few dusty bins. Sorry about that, Hagrid said, sounding embarrassed. Should have warned ya. You're famous, Harry. Everyone knows your name, everyone knows your face. Well, the scar anyway. It's gonna be like that everywhere go in the wizarding world. I know. Harry watched as Hagrid pulled out his umbrella and tapped a specific pattern on the bricks. I've been preparing for it. The wall began to open, bricks folding aside like a stone flower blooming, and Harry got his first real look at Diagon Alley. Fleamont's descriptions had been accurate. The winding cobblestone street, the shops crammed together at impossible angles, the witches and wizards bustling about their business in robes of every cut and color. But accuracy wasn't the same as experience, and for just a moment, Harry let himself feel the wonder of it. Then he locked that feeling away and got to work. Gringotts first, he said. I'll need to access my vault. Right, yeah, good thinking. This way. They walked through the crowd, Harry keeping his head down to avoid another round of recognition. The bank loomed at the end of the alley, white marble and bronze doors, imposing in a way that screamed old money and older magic goblins. Harry had read about them extensively. Proud, cunning, and absolutely ruthless in matters of finance. They'd fought 3 wars against wizards over the centuries and lost all 3, but they'd extracted brutal concessions in every peace treaty. The banking system they controlled was the backbone of magical Britain's economy, which meant they had leverage that no amount of military defeat could take away. Harry Potter. Harry said to the goblin at the front desk, "Here to access my vault." The goblin looked up. His eyes were black and sharp and utterly unimpressed. "K." Harry looked at Hagrid, who fumbled through his pockets and produced a small golden key. "Got it here somewhere. Ah, there we are." The goblin examined the key, examined Harry, and then smiled in a way that showed far too many pointed teeth. "Follow me, Mr. Potter. We have much to discuss." The cart ride to the Potter vault was exactly as terrifying as Fleamont had warned. Plunging through darkness at speeds that shouldn't be possible, taking turns that seemed designed to test the structural integrity of Harry's spine. Hagrid looked green by the time they stopped. Harry felt perfectly fine, which was either a testament to his preparation or evidence that his self-preservation instincts were broken. The vault doors opened onto a room filled with gold. Not just gold, Harry corrected himself as he stepped inside. Galleons, yes, piled high enough to swim in if you were tacky enough to try. But also artifacts, books, jewelry, weapons, items radiating magic so old it felt like weight against his skin. This was the Potter family vault, accumulated wealth and power from centuries of careful management. "This is just the trust vault," the goblin said, and there was something in his voice that might have been amusement. "Your family's main vault requires you to be of age." 17, in wizarding terms. Harry filed that away. How much is in the trust vault? In terms of purchasing power. Enough to fund a comfortable life for several decades, or a Hogwarts education with generous allowance for incidentals. The goblin's smile widened. "Your family was prudent. My great-great-grandfather made his fortune in potions," Harry said. "I intend to make my own." The goblin's eyes flickered with something new. Interest, maybe, or respect. "Then I look forward to our future business, Mr. Potter." Harry filled a bag with galleons, enough for his school supplies and a healthy reserve, and followed the goblin back to the surface. Hagrid recovered slowly, leaning against the bank's marble walls until his color returned to normal. "Right," he said eventually. "Shopping. We should. I can manage from here," Harry said. "You've been incredibly helpful, Hagrid, but I know you have other duties. Keeper of Keys and Grounds doesn't leave much time for escorting students around London." Hagrid blinked. "You sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. But I'd like to keep in touch, if that's all right. You knew my parents. You were there the night everything happened. That matters to me." The giant's eyes went misty. "Course, Harry. Anytime you want to talk, you just come find me at Hogwarts. Hut's right on the edge of the grounds, can't miss it." Harry shook his hand, or rather, had his hand engulfed by Hagrid's massive grip, and watched the giant disappear into the crowd. Then he turned back to Diagon Alley and started planning. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was relatively quiet when Harry entered, just one other customer being fitted on a raised platform. Blonde hair, pale pointed face, posture that screamed expensive upbringing. Harry recognized the type immediately. Fleamont had described pureblood hairs in exhausting detail. "Hogwarts, dear." Madame Malkin bustled over, pins floating around her head like attentive satellites. "Got another young man just started. Won't be a moment." Harry stepped onto the platform beside the blonde boy, who looked him over with obvious interest. "First year too?" "Yes." "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." The name came with a weight and expectation that Harry would react somehow, be impressed, probably. "Harry Potter." Draco's eyes went wide. Then they went to Harry's forehead, searching for the scar hidden beneath his messy fringe. "You're, really, I thought you'd be taller, better dressed. Carrying a sign." "I don't know what I expected." Draco recovered quickly, his expression smoothing into something more controlled. "Fathers told me about you, of course. Everyone's told everyone about you. The boy who lived and all that. I don't remember any of it. Voldemort killed my parents and tried to kill me. Whatever happened afterward, I was too young to understand. Hardly seems worth celebrating." Draco flinched at the name but covered it with a cough. "You're different than I thought you'd be. People usually are." The fitting continued in silence for a moment. Harry could feel Draco studying him, reassessing whatever preconceptions he'd arrived with. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Draco asked eventually. "I'm going to be in Slytherin, of course. Whole family's been Slytherin for centuries. Father says it's the only house worth being in. My whole family's been Gryffindor. My parents, grandparents, great-grandparents back to the founding, Gryffindor." Draco's nose wrinkled. "They're so Obvious. Yes, it's a strategic disadvantage. Being known for charging straight ahead. Harry's voice was neutral. But there are advantages too. People underestimate Gryffindors because they assume we can't think. We can. Draco's eyes narrowed. You don't sound like a Gryffindor. I don't know what I am yet. That's what the sorting's for. Harry stepped off the platform as Madame Malkin finished his fitting. It was interesting to meet you, Malfoy. Draco corrected automatically. We're not friends. Not yet. Harry smiled and walked out of the shop, leaving Draco Malfoy staring after him with an expression caught somewhere between confusion and intrigue. The rest of his shopping proceeded efficiently. Books from Flourish and Blots. He already knew most of the material but needed his own copies to annotate. A cauldron and potions kit from Slug and Jiggers, though their stock was depressingly inferior to what Fleamont had taught him to expect. Telescope, scales, brass feels. Practical equipment for practical magic. Then finally Ollivanders. The shop was narrow and dusty, crammed floor to ceiling with thin boxes that Harry knew contained wands. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. The air itself felt charged, like the moment before lightning struck. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, and Harry didn't jump because he'd been expecting it. The old man seemed to materialize from the shadows, pale eyes gleaming in the dim light. "Mr. Ollivander." "Harry Potter." Ollivander moved closer, those strange eyes fixed on Harry's face. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Seems only yesterday your mother was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. I've heard. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches, pliable, a little more power and excellent for transfiguration." Ollivander's voice dropped. "Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." "I know." Something flickered in Ollivander's expression. "You know a great deal, it seems. More than most 11-year-olds. I've had good teachers." Ollivander studied him for a long moment. Then he turned to his shelves and began pulling down boxes with practiced efficiency. "Well then, let's see what chooses you." The first wand, Beech and Dragon Heartstring, produced nothing when Harry waved it. The second, Willow and Unicorn Hair, sent a shower of sparks that felt wrong somehow, like wearing clothes that didn't fit. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all failures of varying degrees. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but he sounded pleased rather than frustrated. "Not to worry. We'll find the perfect match." He stopped. Something shifted in his expression, a thought occurring that clearly troubled him. "I wonder," he said softly, and disappeared into the back of the shop. He returned with a single box, older and dustier than the others. His hands were careful as he opened it, reverent almost. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers closed around it, heat flooded through him, magic responding to magic, two halves of something whole finally meeting. Sparks erupted from the wand's tip, gold and red, bright as fireworks, and for just a second, Harry felt invincible. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. "Yes, indeed, oh very good, well, how curious, how very curious." Harry lowered the wand. "What's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother. Why, its brother gave you that scar." The shop felt colder suddenly. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. His wand, he could feel it, bone, deep certain, and thought about Voldemort. "Curious," Harry said, "but not surprising. He killed my parents. Nearly killed me. We've been connected since before I could walk. Why wouldn't our wands be connected too?" Ollivander's pale eyes widened slightly. "You are not what I expected, Mr. Potter, so I've been told." Harry paid for his wand, 7 galleons, and walked out of the shop into the afternoon sunlight. The wand sat in his pocket, a weight that felt like promise, and somewhere in the back of his mind, Fleamont's voice reminded him that weapons were only as good as the hands that wielded them. He had a wand now. He had supplies. He had knowledge that most first years couldn't dream of. September 1st was 5 weeks away. 5 weeks to practice spells properly, to refine his techniques, to prepare for the political minefield that Hogwarts would inevitably become. Harry Potter smiled, and it wasn't particularly nice. He was ready. That night, back at Privet Drive, the Dursleys had returned to find their house intact and their nephew waiting calmly in the garden. Harry appeared at Potter Cottage for the last time before term began. "You met the Malfoy boy," Fleamont observed. "What did you think?" "He's been raised to believe his family name means something." "Which it does, but not what he thinks. He's smart enough to be dangerous if he ever learns to think for himself, and insecure enough to be manipulated if he doesn't. And Ollivander. The wand chooses the wizard. Mine chose me, and it's brother to Voldemort's. Ollivander thinks that's significant. Is it?" Harry considered. "Maybe. Connection goes both ways, doesn't it? If our wands are linked, maybe I can use that someday. Turn his own power against him, somehow." Fleamont's smile was sharp and proud. "You're thinking like a Potter. I had a good teacher." They spent that night reviewing everything. Spells Harry could now practice with his wand. Strategies for navigating Hogwarts politics, warnings about specific professors and students. Fleamont drilled him on etiquette and tested his potions knowledge, and made him recite the names of every head of house going back 50 years. "You're ready," the ghost said finally as dawn began to lighten the sky. "As ready as anyone can be. Will I see you again? After I go to Hogwarts. The cottage will always be here, and so will I. You can apparition back during holidays." And, Fleamont hesitated. "There are ways for ghosts to travel, if we're determined enough. I may not be able to follow you into Hogwarts itself. The wards would prevent it, but I can find ways to keep in touch. Thank you." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "For everything. For 6 years of. Don't thank me yet." Fleamont's eyes were bright with emotion he couldn't quite hide. "Thank me when you've survived Hogwarts, mastered your magic, and told Albus Dumbledore to shove his chess game somewhere uncomfortable. That's when thanks will be appropriate." Harry laughed. It was a real laugh, the kind that came from somewhere deep, and for a moment he was just a boy who loved his grandfather and was scared about leaving home. Then the moment passed, and he was Harry Potter again, and the wizarding world was waiting. "September 1st, he said. "September 1st, Fleamont agreed. "Go make us proud." Harry closed his eyes, pictured his cupboard under the stairs, for one of the last times, thank Merlin, and pushed. The world twisted. The game was about to begin. Chapter 20. Letters and leverage, the Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the gray morning of Platform 9 and 3. Quarters, and Harry Potter stood in the middle of the chaos, feeling absolutely nothing like the wide-eyed first year everyone expected him to be. Families swarmed around him, mothers fussing over robes, fathers giving last-minute advice, siblings chasing each other between luggage trolleys. And he watched it all with the detached attention of someone cataloging potential threats. 5 weeks of intensive practice had sharpened everything Fleamont taught him. He could cast the entire first-year curriculum wandlessly now, though it drained him after more than a few spells. His wand work was clean and efficient, nothing fancy. Nothing that would draw attention if he was careful. He'd memorized the major pureblood family trees, the current political alignments in the Wisingamot, the names and backgrounds of every professor at Hogwarts. He was as ready as 5 weeks could make him. Packed with muggles, of course. Harry's attention snapped to the voice. A plump red-haired woman was herding a group of children toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, all of them sporting the same distinctive Weasley coloring that Fleamont had described. Red hair, freckles, hand-me-down robes. One of the oldest pure-blood families in Britain. But poor as church mice after Arthur Weasley, chose a career in Muggle artifacts over anything lucrative. The youngest boy, Ron, if Harry's mental files were correct, looked roughly his age and absolutely terrified. First year then, potential ally, potential liability, hard to say which until Harry saw him in action. The family disappeared through the barrier one by one, the mother going last with a final glance around the platform. Harry waited 30 seconds, then followed. The express was already boarding when he reached it, students hanging out of windows to wave goodbye to families. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled in with a book. Advanced Theory of Defensive Magic. Disguised with a charm to look like a Quidditch magazine in case anyone glanced through the window. 20 minutes into the journey, the compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? The redhead from the platform, Ron Weasley, stood in the doorway, looking hopeful and nervous. Everywhere else is full. It wasn't, Harry knew. He'd seen at least 3 other compartments with space, but Ron had probably been rejected from those, either for his second-hand robes or his family's reputation among certain crowds. "Go ahead," Harry said, gesturing to the seat across from him. Ron dropped onto it with obvious relief. "Thanks, I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went huge. His gaze darted to Harry's forehead, searching for the scar, and Harry obligingly pushed his fringe aside to give him a clear view. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "It's really, I mean, everyone says, are you really Harry Potter?" "Yes, really as impressive as the stories claim. I was 15 months old when Voldemort attacked, so I couldn't tell you what actually happened." Ron flinched at the name but covered it with a cough. "Sorry, it's just, you're famous. Like, properly famous. My mum has a picture of you on her kitchen shelf from when you were a baby. That's somewhat creepy, actually." "Yeah, I suppose it is." Ron relaxed slightly, a grin tugging at his mouth. "She'd die if she heard me say that. She's got all these theories about how you survived, says it must have been ancient magic or something." "She's probably right. My mother died protecting me. There's power in sacrifice, or so I've read." Ron's expression shifted to something more complicated. Sympathy mixed with discomfort. The way people always looked when Harry mentioned his dead parents. "Sorry. About your parents, I mean. That must have been. I don't remember it. But thanks." The compartment door opened again. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth stuck her head in, already talking before she'd fully registered who was inside. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one and..." She stopped. Stared at Harry. Oh, you're Harry Potter, so I've been told. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Muggle-born, first in my family to have magic, absolutely thrilled about the whole thing." She said it all in one breath, as if she'd practiced the introduction. Muggle, born witch who's already read the supplementary text before term starts. Harry observed, "That's impressive. Most purebloods don't bother with background reading." Hermione's cheeks flushed pink, but she looked pleased. "Well, I wanted to be prepared. Magic is. It's everything I ever dreamed about, you know. I wasn't going to waste the opportunity by showing up unprepared." Sensible. Harry marked his place in his book and set it aside. "The toad you mentioned. That would be Trevor, belonging to Neville Longbottom. He's in one of the forward compartments, third from the engine on the left side. I saw him walk past earlier." Hermione blinked. "How did you know which compartment?" "I pay attention to things." She studied him for a moment, her expression sharpening in a way that suggested she was re-evaluating her initial impression. "You're not what I expected. The books made you sound more heroic, charging into danger, that sort of thing. I was a toddler. Toddlers don't charge into anything except walls and furniture." Fair point. She glanced at Ron, who had been watching the exchange with visible confusion. Then back at Harry. "I should go help Neville find his toad. But maybe I'll see you at Hogwarts. Almost certainly. It's not that big a castle." Hermione left. Ron stared at the closed door for a moment, then turned to Harry with an expression of bewildered respect. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" "Talk to her. She's obviously mental, going on about books and preparation and all that, but you just handled her. Made her want to come back." "She's not mental. She's anxious and overcompensating because she's worried about fitting in. Muggle-borns in the magical world are at a significant disadvantage. They don't know the social rules, the family connections, the unwritten expectations. Hermione's trying to make up for that by being the most prepared person in any room. Harry shrugged. I recognize the strategy because I used to use it myself. Ron's brow furrowed. Used to. I was raised by muggles. My aunt and uncle. Harry kept his voice carefully neutral. They didn't tell me anything about magic. I had to figure it out on my own. That's... Ron looked genuinely horrified. But you're Harry Potter. How could they not? They hated magic, hated me for having it, so I learned to find information wherever I could and prepare for situations I didn't understand. Harry smiled, and it was almost genuine. Hermione and I have more in common than she realizes. The train rattled on through the countryside, green hills giving way to Welder moorland. Ron asked questions about the Muggle world, televisions, cars, telephones, and Harry answered them with the dry precision of someone describing a foreign country he'd never really belonged to. In return, Ron talked about growing up magical, about Quidditch and gnomes and the Weasley family's perpetual chaos. 5 brothers, Ron said, groaning. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill works at Gringotts. Charlie's off in Romania with dragons. But Percy's a 5th-year prefect and Fred and George are 3rd years, and they're absolute menaces. And then there's Ginny, she's the youngest. She won't start Hogwarts until next year. Large families have advantages. Built-in support networks, shared knowledge, connections across multiple years at school. I suppose. It also means wearing Charlie's old robes that still smell like Sind Dragon even after Mum's cleaned them 100 times. The compartment door slid open again. This time it was Draco Malfoy, flanked by 2 large boys who looked like they'd been hired specifically for their intimidating silhouettes. So it's true, Draco said, his eyes fixed on Harry. Harry Potter is on the train. I wasn't sure if our meeting in Diagon Alley was real or some kind of fever dream. It was real. Hello, Draco. Draco's expression flickered. Surprise at the casual use of his first name, maybe, or discomfort at the lack of deference. I see you found yourself some company. His gaze slid to Ron and his lip curled. Weasley, isn't it? Red hair, second-hand robes. More children than they can afford. Your father works in the ministry, doesn't he? The masseuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He pronounced it like something scraped off his shoe. Ron's face went red. Better than having a father who was a Death Eater, Ron. Harry's voice was quiet, but Ron shut up immediately. Draco, was there something you wanted? The blonde boy hesitated. This wasn't going according to his script, Harry could tell. He'd probably planned to sweep in, establish dominance, maybe offer Harry a chance to join his side with the implicit threat of opposition if refused. Classic pureblood political maneuvering. Harry had no intention of playing along. I came to introduce myself properly, Draco said, recovering. We didn't really get to talk in Madame Malkin's. I thought you might want to know that some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you figure out which are which. He extended his hand. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. Harry looked at the hand. Looked at Draco's carefully composed face. Looked at Crabbe and Goyle, looming behind him like animate furniture. Here's the thing about sorting people into right and wrong types, Harry said conversationally. It's incredibly useful as a social shortcut. But it's almost always wrong about specific individuals. Your father was a Death Eater who claimed Imperius after Voldemort fell. Draco flinched. But that doesn't mean you share his beliefs. Ron's family is poor and politically marginalized, but that doesn't mean he's worthless. And I'm Harry Potter, which means absolutely nothing about what kind of person I actually am. Draco's hand was still extended, frozen in place. I'll make my own judgments about who's worth knowing, Harry continued, based on what people do, not who their parents were. You're welcome to prove you're worth knowing, Draco. So is Ron. So is everyone else on this train. But if you're expecting me to sort myself into your faction just because you've got an old name and expensive robes, you're going to be disappointed. A long silence. Draco's face had gone through several expressions: shock, anger, something that might have been respect, before settling into a careful blankness. You're not what I expected, he said finally. I keep hearing that. Draco withdrew his hand, glanced at Ron, who looked like he'd been hit over the head with a beater's bat, then back at Harry. "I suppose we'll see then. At Hogwarts. I suppose we will." The Slytherins left. Ron let out a breath that seemed to deflate his entire body. "Bloody hell," he managed. To Draco Malfoy. That was me refusing to play a game I didn't agree to. Draco wanted to recruit me. I told him I wasn't recruitable. Now he has to figure out what to do with someone who doesn't fit his categories." Harry picked up his book again. "It's not complicated. Just unexpected. It's brilliant is what it is." Ron was grinning now, the earlier tension forgotten. "Wait until I tell my brothers. They're going to lose their minds." The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station as the sun was setting, and Harry emerged into organized chaos. Hagrid's enormous form was visible at the end of the platform, lantern raised, booming voice calling for first years. Harry made his way through the crowd with Ron trailing behind, still buzzing from the Malfoy confrontation. The boats across the Black Lake were exactly as Fleamont had described. Tiny wooden vessels that moved by magic, 4 students per boat, the castle slowly revealing itself as they rounded a bend in the shoreline. Harry had seen pictures, read descriptions, heard his grandfather's stories. None of it had prepared him for Hogwarts in person. The castle rose from the cliffs like it had grown there, towers and turrets and endless windows glowing with warm light. Magic saturated the air so thickly Harry could taste it. Old and powerful, and somehow welcoming despite its vastness. For just a moment, he let himself feel the awe that he'd been suppressing all day. Then he locked it away and started cataloging defensive positions. Hermione was in his boat, along with Neville Longbottom, a round-faced, nervous boy who clutched his recovered toad like a lifeline. And a girl Harry didn't recognize, but whose robes suggested pure blood wealth. "It's magnificent." Hermione breathed, staring at the castle. "I read that it's over 1,000 years old, built by the 4 founders using magic that no one's been able to replicate since. The architecture is inconsistent with any single period." Harry observed. "Look at the foundations versus the upper towers. Different styles, different centuries. The castle's been rebuilt and expanded multiple times, probably after various attacks or disasters." Hermione turned to stare at him. "You notice things like that?" "I notice everything like that. It's a habit." Neville made a small squeaking sound. When Harry looked at him, he went red and clutched Trevor tighter. "Neville Longbottom," Harry said. "Your parents were Aurors. Fought against Voldemort. They were friends with my parents, weren't they?" Neville's eyes went wide. You know about." "I know a lot of things. I'm sorry about what happened to them. Bellatrix Lestrange should have gotten the Dementor's kiss instead of a cell in Azkaban." The boat was very quiet. Hermione looked like she wanted to ask questions, but wasn't sure if she should. The pureblood girl, Daphne Greengrass, Harry realized, recognizing the family crest on her trunk, was watching Harry with sharp, assessing eyes. "You're not what I expected either," Neville said quietly. "Third time today. I should start keeping count." The boats docked at an underground harbor, and Hagrid led them up a flight of stone steps to the castle's entrance. A tall, severe-looking witch was waiting for them. Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, head of Gryffindor House. Harry recognized her from Fleamont's descriptions. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her Scottish accent crisp and precise. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She went on, explaining the house system, the points, the cup. Harry let the words wash over him. He already knew all this, and focused instead on watching his fellow first years. Nervous faces everywhere. Draco Malfoy standing with his goons, trying to look bored. Hermione mouthing something that looked like memorized spells. Ron, pale and sweating. A cluster of ghosts drifted through the wall mid-speech, causing several students to shriek. Harry didn't flinch. After 6 years with Fleamont, ghosts were just people without bodies. "Form a line," McGonagall instructed, "and follow me." They filed into the Great Hall. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, hundreds of students already seated, all of them turning to watch the new arrivals. Candles floated near the ceiling, which wasn't a ceiling at all, but an enchanted view of the night sky. Stars scattered across velvet darkness. Thin clouds drifting past. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool at the front of the room, looking exactly as shabby and patched as Fleamont had described. As Harry watched, a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened to the song, history of the founders, descriptions of the houses, the usual propaganda, and planned his conversation with the hat. Fleamont had been clear. The hat responded to conviction. Show up with a clear intention, and you could influence the outcome. Show up uncertain, and the hat would put you wherever it thought best. Harry knew where he wanted to go. He also knew it wasn't going to be straightforward. Abbott! Hannah! A pink-faced girl stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat dropped on her head. A moment later, UF! The table on the right erupted in cheers. The sorting continued. Bones, Susan Hufflepuff, Boot Terry, Ravenclaw, Brocklehurst, Mandy, Ravenclaw, Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, jammed the hat on her head, and sat vibrating with nervous energy for nearly a minute before the hat shouted, Gryffindor. She looked relieved and excited as she headed for the cheering table. Greengrass, Daphne! The cool blonde from Harry's boat walked to the stool with perfect composure. The hat barely touched her head before announcing, Slytherin. Longbottom Neville. Neville tripped on his way to the stool, dropped Trevor again, and had to be helped up by McGonagall. The hat took a long time with him, nearly 3 minutes, before finally declaring, Gryffindor. Neville stumbled to the table still wearing the hat and had to run back to return it. Face flaming, the hat had barely grazed Draco's carefully styled hair before screaming, Slthon! Draco's smirk, as he swaggered to his table, was visible from across the room. More names, more sortings. Harry tracked them all, filing away which names went to which houses, which families were represented, which alliances were forming in real time. Potter Harry. The whispers started immediately, a wave of sound that swept through the hall. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, keeping his expression neutral, and sat down as McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness, as the brim covered his eyes. And then, well. The voice was inside his head, dry and amused. Harry Potter, I've been looking forward to this. I imagine you have. I'm probably the most analyzed child in Britain. Oh, you'd be surprised. Dumbledore's been worried about you for years. He's asked me twice what I plan to do with you, which is quite unusual. He normally trusts the process. And what did you tell him? That I wouldn't know until I looked inside your head. A pause, and Harry felt something like fingers rifling through his thoughts. Oh my, you've been busy. This isn't the mind of an 11-year-old. This is the mind of someone who's been planning a war. Not a war. Just survival. Is there a difference at your level? The hat's voice was thoughtful. Let me see. Courage, yes, plenty of that. But it's calculated courage, not the reckless variety. Ambition in spades, the kind that builds empires. Intellect that would make Ravenclaw weep with joy. And loyalty, yes, that too. Though you've got precious few people to be loyal to. I want Gryffindor. Do you? You do brilliantly in Slytherin. With your mind and your preparation, you'd rule that house inside a year. And the connections you'd make would paint a target on my back. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, sorted into the house of dark wizards. Every Death Eater's child would be watching me, reporting back to their parents. Dumbledore would assume I'd been corrupted. I'd spend 7 years fighting battles I don't need to fight. Shrewd reasoning. The hat sounded impressed. But Gryffindor will have its own challenges. They'll expect you to be a hero, a leader. They'll push you into the spotlight whether you want it or not. I can manage expectations. I can't manage a house full of people whose parents want me dead. Fair point. Another pause, longer this time. You know, most students don't negotiate with me. They either have no preference or they beg. You're arguing, making a case. Is it working? It's certainly interesting. The hat's voice shifted, becoming more serious. I'll tell you something, Harry Potter. The houses aren't just categories. They're choices about who you want to become. Gryffindor will push you toward action when patience might serve better. Slytherin would have sharpened your cunning, but cost you allies who'd never trust a snake. Ravenclaw would have let you hide in books and theories. Hufflepuff would have given you community, but underestimated your potential. I know. I've thought about all of it. Yes, you have. 6 years of thinking, guided by a ghost who loved you enough to prepare you for everything except the possibility that you might not need his lessons. The hat's tone was almost gentle. You're ready, Harry. More ready than almost anyone I've ever sorted. The question is whether you're ready to let yourself be surprised. What does that mean? It means that all your preparation, all your planning, all your careful strategies, they're going to run headfirst into a world that doesn't follow scripts. Hogwarts will change you. The question is whether you'll let it. Harry was quiet for a moment. I'll adapt. I always do. Yes. I believe you will. The hat's voice rose, projecting now, filling the hall, Gryffindor duo. The Gryffindor table exploded. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the cheering mass of red and gold, his face carefully composed even as something in his chest loosened slightly. He'd done it. He was in. Now the real work began. The feast was overwhelming in the way only magical excess could be. Food appeared from nowhere. Dishes Harry had never seen alongside dishes he'd dreamed about during the lean years at Privet Drive. He ate moderately, aware that gorging himself after years of limited meals would only make him sick, and watched his new housemates with the same analytical attention he'd applied to everything else. Hermione was seated across from him, talking rapidly to an older student about class schedules. Ron was on his left, working through his third plate of chicken like he'd never seen food before. Neville was on his right, still looking stunned by his own sorting. I thought for sure I'd be Hufflepuff. Neville confided quietly. Gran's going to be thrilled, but I don't. I'm not brave. I don't know why the hat put me here. The hat sees potential, Harry said. Maybe you're braver than you think. Neville looked skeptical but didn't argue. At the head table, Harry catalogued the professors. Dumbledore, obvious, with his silver beard and half, moon spectacles and eyes that seemed to look everywhere at once. McGonagall, severe and watchful. A tiny wizard who must be Flitwick, the charms professor. A dumpy witch covered in dirt, presumably sprout from herbology. A ghost drifting near the edge, probably Binns from history. And there, a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, dressed in severe black robes, staring at Harry with an expression of absolute hatred. Severus Snape, potions master, former Death Eater, and, according to Fleamont, the man who had been obsessed with Harry's mother for years before her death. Harry met Snape's gaze calmly, held it for a 3 count. Then looked away, dismissing him. Who's that teacher? Ron asked, following Harry's gaze. The one who looks like he wants to murder you. Professor Snape. Potions. He was at school with my parents. Doesn't look like they were friends. They weren't. My father and his friends bullied Snape for years. Snape was in love with my mother. It's complicated. Ron nearly choked on his chicken. How do you know all that? Research. The feast wound down eventually. Dumbledore stood for announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden. The third floor corridor was off, limits on pain of death. Quidditch trials would be held in the second week. Harry filed away the corridor warning for later investigation and followed Percy Weasley up endless stairs to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was warm and comfortable, all red velvet and crackling fire and overstuffed armchairs. The first-year boys' dormitory held 5 beds, and Harry chose the one nearest the window without asking. Bit presumptuous, muttered a boy named Seamus Finnegan, but without real heat. Harry didn't respond. He unpacked his trunk with methodical efficiency, set up basic privacy wards around his bed. Fleamont had taught him the spells, and his wand made them easy, and lay down without undressing. He could hear the other boys getting ready for bed. Could hear their whispered conversations about the feast and the castle and Harry Potter himself. He tuned it out and stared at the canopy above his bed. running through everything he'd observed, Dumbledore's eyes lingering on him during the feast. Snape's open hostility, the third-floor corridor and its mysterious danger, Draco Malfoy's calculating gaze from the Slytherin table, Hermione's eager intelligence, Neville's hidden depths, Ron's easy friendship, first day, so much to process, so much to plan for. Harry closed his eyes and thought about Fleamont, alone in the ruins of Potter Cottage, probably watching the stars and wondering how his great-grandson's first night was going. "I'm in," he whispered to no one. "Gryffindor. Just like we planned." The silence didn't answer, but Harry imagined he could feel a distant warmth, like approval from very far away. He slept. Morning brought chaos. Harry woke at 5, habit from years of early chores, and used the quiet hours to explore. Gryffindor Tower had more hidden passages than the official plans suggested. Fleamont had mentioned some, but not all, and Harry spent 2 hours mapping the ones he found before the other students began to stir. Breakfast in the Great Hall was loud and confusing. Owls swooping everywhere delivering mail, students shouting across tables, food appearing and disappearing at random intervals. Harry ate efficiently and studied his schedule. Monday double potions with Slytherin, then history of magic, then lunch, then charms with Ravenclaw. Potions with Snape on his first real day of classes. Of course. You're staring at that schedule like it insulted your family. Ron observed through a mouthful of toast. Potions with Slytherin. And Snape, oh, Ron's face fell. Fred and George warned me about him. Said he's the worst teacher in the school. Hates everyone except his own house. He'll hate me specifically. My father and his friends tormented him for 7 years. He's going to take every opportunity to punish the son for the father's sins. That's not fair. No. But it's predictable. Which means I can prepare for it. The walk to the dungeons felt like descending into enemy territory. The temperature dropped as they went deeper, torches casting flickering shadows on damp stone walls. The potions classroom was exactly as grim as Harry expected. Jars of specimens floating in murky liquid, cauldrons stacked in corners, a general atmosphere of calculated menace. Snape swept in like a particularly irritated bat, robes billowing, and began calling roll without preamble. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity." The Slytherin snickered. Harry said nothing. "Tell me, Potter." Snape's voice was silky with barely concealed hostility. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question was designed to humiliate. It was NEWT, level material, completely inappropriate for first years. Hermione's hand shot up immediately, but Snape ignored her. Harry didn't hesitate. "The draught of living death, Professor." Though the standard Hogwarts recipe is suboptimal, the addition of a single Sophophorus bean crushed rather than cut improves potency by approximately 30%. Dead silence. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" The stomach of a goat, though they can also be synthesized using a process invented by Damocles Belby in 1971, which produces a more consistent antidotal effect at the cost of reduced efficacy against certain rare poisons. More silence. Hermione's hand was still up, but she was staring at Harry now with an expression of confused respect. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also known as aconite. The root is used in wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to retain their mental faculties during transformation. Though the taste is apparently quite foul." Snape's jaw tightened. "And where, exactly, did you learn all of this?" "Self-study, Professor. I found some old family texts." "Family texts?" Snape's voice dripped with skepticism. "How convenient. Perhaps your famous father left them behind, along with his inflated ego and his talent for rule-breaking." Harry met Snape's gaze directly. "My father died when I was 15 months old. I never knew him. I've only learned about him through other people's stories, which tend to vary dramatically depending on who's telling them. But I didn't learn potions from his ghost, if that's what you're implying." The classroom had gone deathly quiet. Even the Slytherins looked uncomfortable. This wasn't the dynamic they'd expected, the bullied first year cowering under Snape's assault. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment. Something complicated moved behind his black eyes. Hatred, yes, but also confusion. And maybe something else that Harry couldn't identify. 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape said finally, for cheek. Yes, Professor. Snape turned away and began writing instructions on the board. Harry copied them down without expression, aware that every eye in the room was on him. Hermione caught his attention after class, practically vibrating with questions. How did you know all that? Those weren't in any of the textbooks. I've read them all twice. That was advanced material, really advanced. I told you. Self-study. But where did you find? Hermione. Harry stopped walking and faced her directly. I grew up knowing nothing about magic. When I found out what I was, I did everything I could to catch up. I read everything I could find. Some of it was family materials that weren't meant for public circulation. I'm not going to apologize for being prepared. She blinked, processing that. I wasn't asking you to apologize. I was going to ask if you'd study with me. That surprised him. Study with you? You obviously know things I don't. I know things you might not. It seems efficient to share information. She said it of factly, like she was proposing a business arrangement. Plus, Snape clearly hates you, which means you're going to need allies in that class. I'm very good at potions. Harry considered her. Bushy hair, eager expression, intelligence practically radiating off her. She'd be exhausting to deal with. She'd also be genuinely useful. All right, he said. Library after dinner. Hermione smiled. A real smile, not the nervous performance she'd been doing on the train. I'll bring my notes. The first week established patterns. Snape continued his campaign of targeted harassment, but Harry refused to provide the reactions he wanted. Every question was answered correctly. Every potion was brewed perfectly. Every attempt at provocation was met with calm professionalism. By Friday, Snape had stopped calling on him entirely, which Harry counted as a victory. McGonagall's Transfiguration class was demanding but fair. She seemed pleasantly surprised by Harry's competence and awarded him 5 points for successfully transfiguring his match into a needle on the first try. Flitwick literally fell off his stack of books when Harry introduced himself, which was simultaneously flattering and embarrassing. Charms came easily. The wand work was similar to what Fleamont had taught him, just more structured. History of magic was a waste of time. Binns droned on about goblin rebellions while the entire class slowly fell asleep. Harry used the period to work through his own reading list. Defense Against the Dark Arts was strange. Professor Quirrell, young, turbaned, perpetually nervous, seemed barely capable of teaching. He stammered through lessons, flinched at loud noises, and smelled oddly of garlic. But occasionally, when he thought no one was looking, his eyes would sharpen, and Harry would catch glimpses of something else underneath the bumbling facade. There's something wrong with Quirrell, Harry told Hermione during one of their study sessions. He's pretending to be incompetent. Why would anyone pretend to be bad at their job? Because being underestimated is useful. Because someone who seems like a joke doesn't get watched closely. Because. Harry stopped, thinking. I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. Hermione looked skeptical but didn't argue. She'd learned quickly that Harry's hunches were usually based on something concrete, even if he couldn't always articulate what. Ron was a different kind of friend. He didn't push for explanations the way Hermione didn't demand to know how Harry knew things. He was simply present, loyal, funny, occasionally insightful in ways that surprised everyone including himself. His chess skills were remarkable, and Harry filed that away as useful, strategic thinking hidden beneath an underachieving exterior. Neville slowly came out of his shell under Harry's steady encouragement. The boy was hopeless at most magic, but showed genuine aptitude for herbology, and Harry made a point of sitting with him in that class, asking questions, treating his knowledge as valuable. Why do you bother? Draco asked one afternoon, having cornered Harry in a corridor. Longbottom's a squib in all but name. Granger's a mudblood who won't shut up. And Weasley's family has been a joke for generations. You could do so much better. Better according to what criteria? Harry asked calmly. Your family's money. Neville's family has been fighting dark wizards for centuries, while yours was supporting them. Hermione's magical knowledge is already exceeding most third years. And Ron's got more natural strategic ability than most adults I've met. Draco's expression flickered. You're measuring the wrong things. I'm measuring the things that matter to me. You're measuring the things your father told you to value. Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice. Here's the thing about inherited prejudice, Draco. It makes you predictable. Everyone knows what a Malfoy will do, who a Malfoy will ally with, what a Malfoy will think. That's a weakness. Predictable people are easy to manipulate. You're trying to manipulate me right now. I'm trying to make you think. There's a difference. Harry stepped back. You're smarter than you let yourself be. Maybe someday you'll figure out how to use that intelligence for something other than following your father's script. He walked away before Draco could respond, feeling the blond boy's eyes burning into his back. The third-floor corridor became Harry's obsession. Something was hidden there, something important enough that Dumbledore had warned the entire school away from it. Harry mapped the area carefully, noting guard patterns, magical defenses, possible entry points. He didn't try to break in, not yet. He just watched. Planned. Waited for more information. It came unexpectedly from Hagrid. Harry had been visiting the groundskeeper regularly, partly because Hagrid had known his parents and partly because the half-giant was remarkably bad at keeping secrets. Over tea and rock cakes that could be used as weapons, Hagrid let slip mentions of Fluffy, and something between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. The name triggered memories of Fleamont's lessons. The alchemist, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid went pale. I shouldn't have said that. Forget I said anything, Harry. It's not something you need to worry about. But Harry had already connected the dots. The stone was at Hogwarts. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, was guarding it. And someone, presumably, was trying to steal it. It's Quirrell, Harry told Hermione that night, or someone connected to him. He's the variable. Everything else about the staff is accounted for. Snape hates me, but he's devoted to Dumbledore for reasons I haven't fully uncovered. The other teachers are exactly what they appear to be. But Quirrell doesn't fit. You think Quirrell is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I think Quirrell is being used by someone who wants the stone. He's too obviously weak to be the mastermind. But he's positioned perfectly to attempt a theft. Defense teacher, access to the castle. Everyone underestimates him. Hermione was quiet for a moment. If you're right, that's dangerous. The stone grants immortality and unlimited gold. Whoever wants it. Voldemort. She flinched at the name, then looked annoyed at herself for flinching. You really think? He's not dead. Everyone assumes he is, but the evidence doesn't support it. His body was destroyed. His spirit, his consciousness. We don't know what happened to that. And the Philosopher's Stone could restore him to full strength. Then we need to tell someone. Dumbledore. Knows. Has to know. The stone is here as a trap, Hermione. Dumbledore wants someone to make an attempt so he can catch them. Harry's voice was flat. And he's using the students as unwitting bait. If someone breaks through the defenses, the school is at risk. But Dumbledore thinks it's worth it to draw out whoever's hunting the stone. That's horrible. That's Dumbledore. He thinks in terms of acceptable casualties. Harry stood up from the library table, gathering his books. We're not going to be casualties. We're going to figure out exactly what's happening and make our own choices about how to respond. And if our choices put us in danger, then at least they'll be our choices, not moves in someone else's chess game. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. All right, where do we start? Harry smiled. It was almost genuine. We start by finding out everything there is to know about Philosopher's Stones, three-headed dogs, and the specific magical defenses Dumbledore is likely to have used. I'll take the creature research. You take the alchemy. What about Ron? Ron gets surveillance. He's good at noticing things when he's not expected to. Have him watch Quirrell, patterns, behaviors anyone he meets with. Nothing obvious. Just watching. You're treating this like a military operation. I'm treating this like survival. There's no difference, Hermione. Not when the stakes are this high. She gathered her own books, her expression thoughtful. You're very strange. Harry Potter. So I've been told. Halloween approached with a creeping inevitability that Harry found ominous. The castle decorated itself with floating pumpkins and enchanted bats. Students buzzed with excitement about the feast, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. The morning of October 31st, he woke with a headache centered directly on his scar. It's been doing that for a week, he admitted to Hermione when she noticed him rubbing his forehead during charms. Getting worse. I think it's connected too. He glanced around, lowered his voice. To Quirrell. Or whatever's inside him. Inside him. Something's possessing him, controlling him. That's the only explanation for the personality shifts. Most of the time he's the stammering fool everyone expects. But sometimes, when he thinks no one's watching, he's someone else entirely. Harry, I know how it sounds. Just trust me. Hermione didn't look convinced, but she nodded. What do you want to do? Stay alert during the feast. If something's going to happen, tonight's the most likely time. Halloween, the anniversary of. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. The feast was exactly as chaotic as the previous weeks had led him to expect. Mountains of food, decorations everywhere, students in high spirits. Harry positioned himself where he could see both the staff table and the main doors, eating mechanically while his eyes tracked patterns. Quirrell burst in halfway through the main course. Tyrrell! I am Tweedunjos! He was running down the center aisle, face twisted with terror that looked almost genuine. Thought you ought to know. And then he collapsed in a dead faint. The great hall erupted into screaming panic. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise. Sotsy! And he began giving instructions, prefects to lead students back to dormitories, teachers to follow him to the dungeons. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Where's Hermione? Ron's face went white. She wasn't at the feast. Lavender said she's been in the bathroom all afternoon, something about me calling her a nightmare. Harry was already moving. Harry! Ron scrambled to follow. What are you? The troll's in the dungeons, she'll be fine. The troll isn't in the dungeons. Quirrell let it in. It's going to be exactly where it can cause the most damage, and where everyone isn't. Harry took the stairs 3 at a time, wand already in his hand. 3rd floor corridor. He's using the troll as a distraction to go after the stone. Then we should tell someone. There's no time. Hermione first. Then we figure out our next move. The smell hit them before they reached the bathroom. Something rank and primal, like rotting meat and unwashed gym socks. Harry rounded the corner and stopped dead. The troll was 12 feet tall, its gray skin covered in warts and old scars. A massive wooden club dragging on the ground beside it. It was heading directly for the girls' bathroom, grunting and sniffing like a dog on a scent. Hermione's in there, Ron whispered. I know. Harry's mind was racing through options. He couldn't fight the troll directly. It was too big, too strong, too resistant to magic. But he didn't have to fight it. He just had to redirect it. Ron, on my signal, make as much noise as you can. Draw its attention. What? I'm going to get Hermione out. You're going to keep the troll focused on you. Harry, that's insane. It's a troll. They're stupid. Loud noises confuse them. Just don't let it actually hit you. Harry was already moving toward the bathroom, staying low, using the troll's poor peripheral vision against it. On my signal. He slipped through the bathroom door. Hermione was huddled in the far corner, tear-streaked and terrified. She'd clearly heard the troll approaching and frozen. Harry. Her voice was barely a whisper. What? No time. Come with me. Now. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the door. Through the gap, he could see the troll getting closer, could hear its heavy breathing. N.O.W. Ron. A tremendous clatter erupted from down the corridor. Ron had found a suit of armor to knock over. The troll spun toward the noise, confused, and Harry pulled Hermione through the door and in the opposite direction. They ran. Behind them, Harry could hear Ron leading the troll on a chase, throwing more things, shouting insults that the troll couldn't possibly understand. He was doing exactly what Harry had asked. Being a distraction. The third floor. Harry said, changing direction. We need to see what Quirrell's doing. Harry, are you mad? There's a troll. The troll is Ron's problem. Quirrell is ours. They reached the third floor corridor in time to see Quirrell disappearing through a doorway, his robes billowing behind him. Harry counted to 3, then followed. The room beyond was dark. He could hear something massive breathing, multiple breaths, not quite synchronized. Lumos. The light revealed Fluffy, a 3-headed dog the size of a small house, all 3 heads currently snoring peacefully. Someone had enchanted a harp to play itself, the music keeping the beast asleep. And in the center of the floor, a trapdoor stood open. He's gone through, Harry said. He's going for the stone. Hermione's face was pale but determined. Then we follow him. Note. Harry grabbed her arm before she could move. We report this. Get a teacher. Let them handle it. But I'm not Dumbledore. Hermione. I don't sacrifice people to win battles. Ron's still dealing with the troll. You need to find McGonagall, Snape, anyone who can help. I'll stay here and make sure Quirrell doesn't get back out. You can't fight him alone. I'm not going to fight him. I'm going to wait. Harry positioned himself near the trapdoor, wand ready. If he comes back without the stone, we let the teachers handle him. If he comes back with the stone, we improvise. Hermione hesitated for one more second. Then she nodded and ran. Harry waited in the darkness. The harp playing its endless lullaby, Fluffy snoring peacefully, and somewhere below him a dead man's puppet was trying to steal immortality for a monster. Happy Halloween, he thought grimly. The trapdoor burst open, chapter 30. The sorting and its consequences, Quirrell came up through the trapdoor like a man possessed. Which, Harry realized with a cold certainty, was exactly what he was. The stammering professor was gone. In his place was something harder, colder, moving with a predator's efficiency that the bumbling facade had completely concealed. Potter. Quirrell's voice had changed too. Deeper. More resonant. I wondered if you'd figure it out. Harry kept his wand level, his stance balanced. Fleamont had drilled him on this. Never commit to an attack until you understood your opponent's capabilities. You don't have the stone. No. Quirrell's smile was wrong, stretched too wide for his face. The mirror defeated me. Dumbledore's final protection. I could see the stone, could feel it, but couldn't reach it. Poetic, really. The thing I want most in the world, and I can't take it. So you're leaving empty-handed. For now. Quirrell stepped closer, and Harry saw something shift beneath the turban. A bulge. A movement, something alive where nothing should be. But I'm not leaving without something. A consolation prize, perhaps. The boy who defeated my master. Delivered right to my doorstep. Your master. Harry didn't let his voice waver. Voldemort. He prefers to speak for himself. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. He's been waiting to meet you properly, Harry, face to face, as it were. The turban fell away, and Harry saw the second face. It was pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull like a tumor given features. Pale, twisted, with slitted nostrils and red eyes that burned with hatred and something worse. Intelligence. Recognition. Hunger. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. And his voice was a whisper that somehow filled the entire room. We'll meet again. Harry didn't respond. He was calculating distances, angles, escape routes. The trapdoor was between him and Quirrell. Fluffy was still sleeping, useless. The door behind him was his best option, but turning his back on Voldemort seemed like a spectacularly bad idea. Not going to speak. No brave words from the Gryffindor hero. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something that might have been amusement. Your father would have had something clever to say. Some joke to mask his fear. But you're not afraid, are you, Harry? You're thinking. Planning. Calculating odds. What do you want? The stone, obviously. But since that's currently beyond my reach, I'll settle for understanding. The red eyes narrowed. You're not what I expected. Not the traumatized orphan Dumbledore was cultivating. Not the frightened child I came to kill. You're something else entirely. I'm a Potter. We adapt. Yes, I've noticed. That little display in potions class. The way you've positioned yourself with the Granger girl and the Weasley boy. The surveillance you've had them running on my host. Voldemort's voice dropped to something almost appreciative. You've been playing this game for longer than anyone realizes, haven't you? Someone's been training you. Harry said nothing. No matter. I'll figure it out eventually. I have all the time in the world. Or I will, once I reclaim my body. Quirrell's form began moving toward Harry, and the second face twisted with anticipation. The prophecy says you're the one with the power to defeat me. I'd rather not test that, given my current condition, but I think we can come to an arrangement. No, you haven't heard my offer. Don't need to. Whatever you're offering, the price is something I won't pay. You killed my parents. You tried to kill me. There's no arrangement that makes that okay. Such certainty. Voldemort sounded almost wistful. I had that once. Before I understood how the world really works. Before I learned that morality is just another tool the powerful use to control the weak. The red eyes fixed on Harry's scar. That mark on your forehead. Do you know what it really is? Harry's scar throbbed, a sharp pain that made his vision blur. A cursed scar. It's a connection. A piece of me, lodged in you the night your mother's magic rebounded my killing curse. We're linked, Harry. Bound together in ways neither of us fully understands. That's why your scar hurts when I'm near. That's why you can sense my presence, my emotions, my intentions. Voldemort's whisper turned almost seductive. I could teach you to use that connection. To access power you can't imagine. To become something greater than either of us alone. I'd rather die. That can be arranged. Quirrell lunged. Harry was already moving. He'd been positioning himself throughout the conversation, small shifts in weight that Quirrell's stolen body hadn't noticed. When the attack came, he dodged sideways, rolled under Quirrell's grasping hands, and came up with his wand pointed at the harp. Reducto! The harp exploded. The music stopped. Fluffy woke up. The three-headed dog's roar shook dust from the ceiling. All three massive heads swung toward the source of the disturbance. Quirrell, standing in the middle of the room with Voldemort's face exposed. Harry ran for the door. Behind him, he heard Quirrell screaming, heard the thunder of Fluffy's paws, heard Voldemort's voice rising in furious commands. He didn't look back. He sprinted down the corridor, took the stairs two at a time, and nearly collided with Professor McGonagall coming the other way. Potter! What in Merlin's name? Quirrell. Harry gasped out. Possessed by Voldemort. Tried to steal the stone, Fluffy's awake. Ron's somewhere with the troll. Hermione went to find you. McGonagall's face went through several expressions. Shock, horror, fury. Before settling into the cold efficiency that made her one of the most respected witches in Britain. Stay here. Do not move. She swept past him toward the third-floor corridor, wand already drawn. Harry stayed, for about 30 seconds. Then he went to find Ron. The troll was unconscious in a second-floor corridor, its club embedded in the wall beside its head. Ron was sitting against the opposite wall, looking shell-shocked but unharmed. I levitated its club, Ron said when he saw Harry. It was coming at me and I just... Wingardium Leviosa. And the club went up instead of down and it hit itself in the head end. He started laughing, the slightly hysterical edge of someone who just survived something impossible. I levitated its club, Harry. Me. That's actually brilliant. Harry helped him up. Hermione. Found McGonagall, I think. She went running past here a minute ago. Didn't even look at me. That's because Quirrell turned out to be possessed by Voldemort. And I just woke up a three-headed dog to cover my escape. Ron stared at him. I'm sorry, what? Harry explained quickly, the stone, the trapdoor. The face on the back of Quirrell's head. Ron's expression went from disbelief to horror, to something that might have been impressed. You fought Voldemort. I ran away from Voldemort. There's a difference. Still counts. Ron pushed off the wall, testing his legs. What do we do now? Now we find Hermione and wait for the adults to handle it. I've done what I can. The rest is above my pay grade. They found Hermione in the hospital wing, sitting on a bed while Madame Pomfrey fussed over her despite her protests that she was fine. The matron took one look at Harry and Ron and started fussing over them too. Honestly, first, years running about fighting trolls and dark lords. In my day, students had the sense to stay in their dormitories. We didn't fight the Dark Lord, Harry said calmly. We ran away from him. It's an important distinction. Madame Pomfrey gave him a look that suggested she wasn't sure if he was being serious. Harry wasn't entirely sure either. They waited. McGonagall returned an hour later, looking exhausted and grimly satisfied. Quirrell is dead. The creature that was possessing him has fled. We couldn't capture it. The stone is safe. What happened to him? Hermione asked quietly. Fluffy happened to him. McGonagall's voice was flat. By the time we subdued the dog, there wasn't enough left to identify. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. He'd known, when he woke Fluffy, that it might kill Quirrell. He'd done it anyway. Because Quirrell was a threat, and Harry's life mattered more than the life of a man who'd sold himself to Voldemort. It was the right choice. He was almost certain it was the right choice. So why did it feel like something had changed? The headmaster wants to see you. Potter, McGonagall's voice softened slightly. All three of you. When you're ready. Dumbledore's office was exactly as cluttered and whimsical as Harry had expected. Spinning silver instruments, shelves of curious objects, a phoenix dozing on a perch near the window. The headmaster himself sat behind his desk, watching them enter with those penetrating blue eyes that seemed to see everything and reveal nothing. Please, sit. 3 chairs materialized. Harry took the one on the left, positioning himself where he could see both Dumbledore and the door. I understand you've all had quite an adventure, Professor. Harry kept his voice level. I have questions. I imagine you do. Dumbledore's expression was mild, almost grandfatherly. Though I suspect you already know most of the answers. The stone was bait. You wanted someone to try for it. I wanted to confirm certain suspicions about Voldemort's continued existence. The stone provided an irresistible lure. And the students. The ones who might have gotten caught in the crossfire. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, just for a moment. I had confidence in the protections I'd put in place. The protections that an 11-year-old and his friends bypassed in a single evening. Not bypassed. You never reached the stone. You confronted Quirrell as he was leaving, having failed to retrieve it himself. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. A distinction that matters, Harry. It matters because you knew I'd figure it out. You knew I'd come investigate. You were counting on it. Hermione made a small sound of protest. Ron had gone very still. You crew me with more foresight than I possess. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. I suspected you might become involved, yes. You are, after all, your father's son, and your mother's. Neither of them could resist a mystery. But I did not orchestrate tonight's events. Quirrell chose to release the troll. You chose to investigate. The consequences flowed from those choices, not from any plan of mine. But you knew what he was. You knew what was hiding under that turban. I suspected. Suspicion is not certainty, and certainty was what I needed before I could act. People could have died. People did die. Dumbledore's voice hardened slightly. Quirrell made his choices. He paid the price. That is not a burden you need to carry. Harry. I woke up the dog that killed him. You defended yourself against a servant of Lord Voldemort using the resources available to you. That is not murder. It is survival. The headmaster leaned forward. I have made many mistakes in my life, Harry. Some of them haunt me still. But the events of tonight were not among them. Quirrell was lost the moment he invited Voldemort into his soul. You merely hastened an ending that was already inevitable. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to push back against the comfortable absolution Dumbledore was offering. But he could feel Hermione's worried gaze on him, feel Ron's silent support, and he knew this wasn't the moment. The connection, he said instead. Voldemort mentioned a connection between us. Through my scar. Dumbledore's expression shifted, surprise, quickly controlled. He told you about that. He said a piece of him is lodged in me. That we're bound together. That is one interpretation of what occurred the night your parents died. Dumbledore chose his words carefully. The exact nature of your scar has been a subject of study for many years. It contains traces of the magic used against you, both your mother's protection and the curse that rebounded. What those traces mean, exactly, remains unclear. You're not telling me everything. I'm telling you what I believe you need to know. Some knowledge is dangerous, Harry. Some truths, once learned, cannot be unlearned. I am trying to protect you. Be keeping me ignorant. Letting you have a childhood. Dumbledore's voice softened. You've already seen more, done more, faced more than any 11-year-old should. There will be time for the full truth. When you're ready. When the weight of it won't crush you. Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, and looked away. He didn't believe Dumbledore. Not entirely. But he also recognized that pushing harder wouldn't get him answers. Only increased scrutiny. Better to let the headmaster think he'd accepted the explanation. Better to do his own research in the shadows. One more question, Harry said. The mirror. The one that showed Quirrell the stone but wouldn't let him take it. What is it? The mirror of Arised. It shows the deepest, most desperate desire of one's heart. Only someone who wanted to find the stone, but not use it, could retrieve it from the mirror's protection. Dumbledore smiled slightly. A clever solution, if I say so myself. And where is the mirror now? Somewhere, safe. Why curiosity? Harry stood, the interview clearly over. Thank you for explaining, Professor. We should probably get back to our dormitory. Of course. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the door swung open. And Harry, well done. Your parents would be proud. Harry walked out without responding. Some things didn't need acknowledgement. November brought cold winds, and the first rumors about what had happened on Halloween. The official story was that a troll had wandered into the castle and been subdued by the faculty. But students talked, and by the end of the first week, half the school knew that Harry Potter had been involved somehow. They're saying you fought the troll single-handed, Ron reported, looking equal parts amused and annoyed. Some fifth-year Ravenclaw is telling everyone you turned it to stone with a look. That's anatomically impossible. Try telling them that. The attention was irritating but manageable. Harry had expected to be famous. He'd prepared for the scrutiny. What he hadn't prepared for was how it would affect his friendships. Hermione threw herself into research with renewed intensity, determined to understand everything about Voldemort, prophecies, and soul magic. She'd stopped sleeping properly, stopped eating properly, stopped doing anything except reading and taking notes. You need to rest, Harry told her one evening in the library. This isn't healthy. This is necessary. Her eyes were shadowed, her voice brittle. He's coming back, Harry. Voldemort, you said so yourself. And when he does, I need to be ready. We all need to be ready. Ready how? You're going to research him to death. I'm going to understand him. His methods, his history, his weaknesses. Knowledge is power, Harry. You taught me that. I taught you to be prepared. Not to destroy yourself in the process. Harry sat down across from her and closed her book gently. Hermione, look at me. She looked. Her eyes were wet with exhaustion and something deeper. Fear maybe, or grief. He's not coming back tomorrow. He's not coming back next week. His body is gone, his followers are scattered, and Dumbledore's watching for any sign of his return. We have time. Do we? Do we really? Yes. Harry's voice was certain. And even if we didn't, killing yourself with overwork wouldn't help anyone. You're no good to me dead. Hermione, I need you sharp, not shattered. She blinked. You need me. Of course I need you. You're brilliant. You notice things I miss, understand things I don't. You're the best researcher I've ever met, and I've met. He stopped himself. You matter, is the point. So take care of yourself. For me, if not for yourself. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed, a wet, surprised sound, and scrubbed at her eyes. You're very strange, Harry Potter. So I've been told. She started eating properly again after that, started sleeping. Kept researching, but at a sustainable pace. Harry added, managing Hermione's obsessive tendencies, to his mental list of responsibilities and moved on. December brought snow and the question of Christmas. You're not going home? Ron asked, looking puzzled. I mean, back to your relatives. No. Why not? Because they hate me and I hate them. and the only reason I lived there was blood wards that are tied to the property rather than the people. Harry shrugged. Hogwarts is better in every measurable way. Ron's expression went through several complicated shifts. You could come to the Burrow. Mum wouldn't mind. She'd probably love it, actually. She's always going on about how you need more meat on your bones. That's kind, but I can't. There are things I need to do here. What things? Research, practice, exploration. Harry smiled slightly. Don't worry about me, Ron. I'll be fine. Hermione was staying too. Her parents were on a dental conference in Australia and couldn't make it back in time. Harry was secretly relieved. Having an ally in the castle over the holidays would make his plans easier to execute. The train left on December 20th. Harry and Hermione waved goodbye to Ron from the platform, then retreated to the library while the castle emptied around them. So, Hermione said, settling into their usual table. What are we actually doing? Finding the mirror of Erist. Her eyebrows rose. Dumbledore said it was somewhere safe. Dumbledore says a lot of things. The mirror shows you your heart's deepest desire. I want to see what it shows me. Why? Because Voldemort said I'm connected to him. Because there's something about my scar that Dumbledore isn't telling me. Because... Harry paused, trying to articulate something he'd been feeling since Halloween. Because I need to know who I am. Not who Dumbledore thinks I am, or who the wizarding world expects me to be. Who I actually am, underneath all the labels and prophecies and fame. Hermione studied him for a long moment. That's surprisingly self-aware for an 11-year-old. I've had a lot of time to think. Clearly. She pulled out a piece of parchment and started sketching a map. The castle has hundreds of rooms. Most of them aren't on any official layout. If Dumbledore wanted to hide something, he'd put it somewhere students couldn't easily access. But he knows I have my father's invisibility cloak. He sent it to me on Christmas morning, along with a note about my father. It's practically an invitation to explore. You think he wants you to find the mirror? I think he wants to see what I do when I find it. Whether I get lost in it like Quirrell, or whether I can walk away. Harry's voice was flat. He's testing me. He's always testing me. Then let's make sure you pass. They found the mirror 3 nights later, in an unused classroom on the 4th floor that didn't appear on any of Hermione's research maps. Harry had been systematically checking every corridor under his cloak when he felt something. A pull, almost, drawing him toward a door that blended into the surrounding wall. The room beyond was dusty and cold, filled with old desks pushed against the walls, and in the center, draped in cloth that had been pulled aside, stood the mirror of Erist. It was tall, reaching almost to the ceiling, with an ornate golden frame covered in symbols and runes. Across the top, words were carved Erist stra white yub kafru white on wosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry read, reversing the letters automatically. Straightforward. He stepped in front of the mirror. The surface rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and then images began to form. Harry saw himself older, maybe 15, maybe 16, standing in a grand hall filled with light. He was surrounded by people. Hermione looking confident and accomplished. Ron taller, broader, grinning with easy humor. Others he didn't recognize, friends he hadn't made yet. Behind him, barely visible, the ghostly forms of his parents watched with pride. And beside him, Fleamont, not a ghost anymore, but solid, real, standing at Harry's shoulder with his hand on Harry's arm. The image, Harry was smiling. Not the careful smile Harry used to navigate social situations, or the sharp smile he used when he was being clever. A real smile, unguarded and full of joy. He looked happy. Harry stared at the mirror for a long time. He watched his future self laugh at something someone said, watched Hermione roll her eyes at Ron's joke, watched his parents' ghosts beam with quiet pride. This was his heart's deepest desire. Not power, not revenge, not even the defeat of Voldemort. Just this. A family, friends. A life where he wasn't constantly calculating, constantly preparing, constantly waiting for the next threat. Normal. He wanted to be normal. Harry. Hermione's voice came from somewhere behind him. She'd been waiting in the corridor, keeping watch. Are you okay? He didn't answer immediately. Couldn't. Something was stuck in his throat, something hot and tight that he'd been suppressing for years. Yeah. His voice came out rough. I'm okay. He turned away from the mirror. Didn't look back. Some desires weren't meant to be indulged. Some dreams were just that, dreams. Harry had work to do, a destiny to prepare for, enemies to outmaneuver. He could dream later, when the war was won. Christmas morning brought presents, which was a novel experience. The Dursleys had never given Harry anything except Dudley's broken cast-offs. The invisibility cloak from Dumbledore, which Harry had been using for a week already. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green with a golden H on the front. He put it on immediately and was surprised by how much the gesture moved him. Chocolate frogs from Ron, a book on advanced magical theory from Hermione. And at the bottom of the pile, a small package with no note. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a mirror, small, circular, fitting easily in his palm. Not magical, as far as he could tell. Just a simple reflective surface. But when he looked into it, he didn't see his own reflection. He saw Fleamont. Surprised. The ghost's image grinned. Took me months to figure out how to enchant something without being able to physically touch it. Communication mirror. 2-way. Whenever you need to talk, just hold it and think of me. Grandpa. Harry's voice cracked. How did you? I told you I'd find a way to stay in touch. Potters keep their promises. Fleamont's expression softened. How are you, Harry, really? Harry told him everything. The stone, Quirrell, Voldemort. The connection, Dumbledore's evasions. The mirror of Arised and what he'd seen in it. The fear he'd been carrying since Halloween, that something fundamental had changed, when Fluffy killed Quirrell at his instigation. Fleamont listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the ghost was quiet for a long moment. You made a hard choice, he said finally. The first of many. That's what it means to be in a war, Harry. You don't get to keep your hands clean. You do what you have to do to survive, and you live with the consequences. I got a man killed. You got a puppet killed. Quirrell chose to serve Voldemort. He chose to let that monster into his soul. The moment he made that choice, his fate was sealed. You just accelerated the inevitable. That's what Dumbledore said. Dumbledore is a manipulative old spider with too many secrets and not enough conscience. But he's not wrong about everything. Fleamont's ghost leaned closer to the mirror's surface. Listen to me, Harry. You are not responsible for Quirrell's choices. You are not responsible for Voldemort's evil. You are responsible for your own actions, and your actions were defensive. You protected yourself. You protected your friends. That is not murder. That is war. I'm 11. And I'm dead. Neither of us got the life we wanted. Fleamont's voice gentled. But we work with what we have. We do the best we can. And we don't let guilt over the necessary paralyze us from doing what needs to be done. Harry stared at his grandfather's image. The one person in the world who truly understood him, who'd been preparing him for this moment for 6 years. I saw you in the mirror, he said quietly. The mirror of Arised. You were standing beside me, alive. That's my deepest desire, to have my family back. Fleamont's expression shattered. For a moment, the commanding presence was gone, replaced by raw grief. Oh, child, I wish I could give you that. I wish I could step through this mirror and hold you the way your father should have held you. But I can't. All I can give you is what I've always given you. Knowledge, preparation, and the truth that you are loved. By me, by your parents' memory, by the friends you're making right now. That love is real, Harry. It matters. Don't let the things you can't have blind you to the things you do. Harry nodded slowly. The tight thing in his chest loosened, just a little. I should go, he said. Hermione's waiting. We're having Christmas breakfast in the common room. Go. Be a child for one day. The war will wait. Fleamont smiled. And Harry, that sweater looks good on you. Harry laughed, actually laughed, for the first time since Halloween, and tucked the mirror into his pocket. The rest of Christmas break passed quickly. Harry and Hermione researched, practiced, explored. They mapped 3 more hidden passages and identified 2 secret rooms that didn't appear on any official castle plan. They brewed potions in abandoned bathrooms and practiced dueling in empty classrooms and studied magic theory until their eyes crossed. And sometimes, when Hermione wasn't looking, Harry would pull out the mirror and talk to Fleamont. About his parents, about the war, about the future he was building, one careful step at a time. January brought the students back, and with them, new complications. "Everyone's talking about you," Ron reported on his first night back. "Over the holidays, the Prophet ran 3 different stories about the Halloween incident. One of them says you personally banished Voldemort's spirit with ancient blood magic. I didn't even see his spirit leave. I was too busy running." Yeah, well, that's not as good a headline, is it? The fame was exhausting. Students Harry had never spoken to wanted to shake his hand, ask him questions, touch the hem of his robes. Teachers gave him looks. Some admiring. Some suspicious, some calculating. Even the Slytherins were watching him differently now, with a wariness that hadn't been there before. Only Draco Malfoy seemed unchanged. He still made snide comments in the corridors, still tried to provoke reactions in class, still acted like Harry was an obstacle rather than a threat. It was almost refreshing. "You're not afraid of me," Harry observed one day, when they found themselves alone in a corridor. "Everyone else is treating me like I might explode. You're still just trying to annoy me. Fear is for people who can't compete." Draco's chin lifted. "I'm a Malfoy. We don't fear. We adapt. That's almost respectable. Don't patronize me, Potter. I'm not." Harry studied him for a moment. "You could be useful, you know. If you ever decide to think for yourself instead of following your father's script." "My father's script has kept our family powerful for generations." "Your father's script put your grandfather in Azkaban and your family's reputation in the gutter. Voldemort's followers lost. The ones who survived only did so by claiming mind control. Is that really the legacy you want to continue?" Draco's face went tight. "You don't know anything about my family. I know more than you think, and I know that blindly following a losing strategy is stupid, regardless of how prestigious your bloodline is." Harry shrugged. "Think about it. Or don't. Your choice." He walked away, leaving Draco standing in the corridor with an expression caught somewhere between fury and thought. February brought Quidditch, which Harry had been avoiding since the beginning of the year. He was good on a broom. Better than good, if he was honest. But Quidditch meant public performance, meant attention, meant being watched by thousands of people who were already too interested in him. "You should try out for the team," Ron said for the 100th time. "Wood's been asking about you ever since that flying lesson where you caught Neville's Remembrall. He says you're the best natural flayer he's ever seen. I don't need more visibility." "But you love flying!" "I've seen you practicing on the grounds when you think no one's watching. You're brilliant at it." Harry couldn't deny that. Flying was the one thing that felt truly free. No calculations, no strategies, just speed and wind and the pure joy of movement. When he was on a broom, he could forget about Voldemort and prophecies and chess games with the most powerful wizard in Britain. "Maybe next year," he said, "when things have calmed down." Ron looked skeptical but didn't push. The Prophet ran another story about Harry in March, this one claiming he'd been personally trained by Dumbledore since infancy. Harry read it with a mixture of amusement and irritation. If only they knew the truth. Classes continued. Harry excelled in everything without seeming to try, which earned him suspicious looks from some teachers and admiring ones from others. Snape's hostility had settled into cold professionalism. He no longer tried to humiliate Harry in class, just ignored him entirely, which suited Harry fine. The only real challenge was defense against the dark arts, which had been taken over by a rotating cast of substitutes since Quirrell's death. None of them were particularly competent, and Harry found himself reading ahead in the textbook just to have something to do during the boring lectures. "We need a real defense teacher," Hermione complained one evening in the library. "This is supposed to be one of the most important subjects, and we're learning nothing. Dumbledore's having trouble finding someone willing to take the job," Harry said. "There's a rumor the position is cursed." No one's lasted more than a year since Voldemort applied and was rejected. That can't be true. Curses don't work that way, don't they? Magic is about intent and will. If Voldemort wanted the position badly enough and was rejected badly enough, his anger might have left a mark. Hermione looked troubled. That's a dark way to think about it. It's a realistic way to think about it. Magic isn't just spells and potions. It's shaped by emotion, by desire, by the fundamental forces of human will. Voldemort's will was strong enough to survive death. A curse on a job posting seems almost trivial by comparison. They studied in silence for a while after that. Harry could tell Hermione was mulling over what he'd said, fitting it into her understanding of magical theory. She'd figure it out eventually. She always did. April brought the anniversary of Voldemort's first downfall. The day Harry's parents had died, the day Harry had become famous. Harry spent the day in the library, ignoring the sympathetic looks from students who'd clearly marked the date on their calendars. Hermione stayed with him, silent and supportive. Ron hovered awkwardly, unsure what to do but determined to be present anyway. "I barely remember them," Harry said quietly, somewhere around midday. "I was 15 months old. I have fragments, a flash of green light, a woman screaming, but no real memories. And everyone expects me to be devastated, to treat this day like a funeral, when really I'm just numb. That's normal?" Hermione said. "You can't grieve people you never knew. You can only grieve the idea of them." "Is that better or worse?" "I don't think it's either. It's just different." Ron shifted uncomfortably. "My Uncle Bilius died when I was 7. I remember being sad, but also not really understanding why everyone was so upset. Death is weird when you're a kid. Death is weird regardless of age." Harry closed the book he'd been pretending to read. "I think I want to be alone for a while. I'll meet you at dinner." They left without argument. Harry appreciated that about them. They'd learned when to push and when to give him space. He didn't go anywhere productive. Just walked the corridors, letting his feet carry him wherever they wanted, thinking about his parents and the war and the future. He ended up at the door to the 3rd floor corridor. Fluffy was gone, removed after Halloween, presumably to somewhere less accessible. The trapdoor was sealed, the defenses dismantled. There was no reason to be here anymore. But Harry found himself opening the door anyway, stepping inside. Standing in the empty room where, 5 months ago, a possessed man had tried to steal immortality, and Harry had made a choice that couldn't be unmade. "You're not supposed to be here," said a voice behind him. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "Neither are you," Harry said. "Unless you're also visiting the site of your questionable decisions." A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face, direct as ever. "You remind me of someone I knew long ago. Someone you manipulated. Someone I failed." Dumbledore stepped into the room, his robes whispering against the stone floor. "May I ask what brings you here?" "Thinking. It's the anniversary. I know. I've been thinking about that night, too." Dumbledore moved to stand beside Harry, both of them looking at the sealed trapdoor. Lily and James were extraordinary people. They died protecting something precious. Not just you, Harry, but the idea of you, the hope you represented, the weapon you could forge. Dumbledore flinched. It was small, barely visible, but Harry saw it. "I deserve that, I suppose. My methods have been questionable at times." The headmaster's voice was heavy with something that might have been regret. "I have spent too many years playing chess with people's lives. Telling myself the ends justified the means. Convincing myself that sacrifice was noble rather than tragic. Is this an apology? This is an acknowledgement. I have not treated you fairly, Harry. I saw a prophecy and a scar and a strategic asset, and I forgot to see the child underneath." Dumbledore turned to face him. "I cannot undo the past. I cannot change the choices I made or the suffering you've endured. But I can promise to do better. To remember that you are a person, not a piece on my board." Harry studied the old wizard's face, looking for deception and finding nothing. Or everything. It was impossible to tell with Dumbledore. "Words are easy," Harry said finally. "Actions are harder." "Yes, they are. Dumbledore bowed his head slightly. I will try to earn your trust, Harry. Not through manipulation or clever positioning, but through honesty and genuine care. I expect it will be a difficult process. I am not accustomed to being mistrusted by those I wish to protect. Maybe that's because you've given them so many reasons not to trust you. Perhaps. Another ghost of a smile. You are wiser than your years, Harry Potter. I suspect that is both a blessing and a curse. Mostly a curse, yes. Wisdom usually is. They stood in silence for a long moment, two people who would never fully trust each other, bound together by prophecy and circumstance. I should return to my office, Dumbledore said eventually. And you should return to your friends. They worry about you, you know. I know. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. Harry, for what it's worth, your parents would be proud of the person you're becoming. Not because of your fame or your power or your strategic mind. Because of your capacity for love, even in darkness. That is the most important magic of all. He left before Harry could respond. Harry stayed a while longer, thinking about love and strategy and the complicated man who seemed to genuinely believe he could be both a manipulator and a mentor. Then he went to find his friends. May brought exams, which Harry found almost insultingly easy. 6 years of Fleamont's tutoring had prepared him for material far beyond first-year level. He could have passed the OWS in half the subjects if he'd been allowed to try. But he didn't show that. He performed well. Better than anyone except Hermione, who was genuinely brilliant in ways that had nothing to do with advanced preparation. But not suspiciously well. He made deliberate mistakes on questions that no first-year should know, added small hesitations to practical exams, played the part of talented, but learning rather than already expert. You're holding back, Hermione observed after the charms practical. You could have levitated all 5 objects simultaneously. I've seen you do it in practice. 3 objects was impressive enough. 5 would have raised questions I don't want to answer. Why? What's wrong with being exceptional? Nothing's wrong with it. But being obviously exceptional paints a target on your back. Better to be quietly excellent than loudly brilliant. Harry shrugged. Let them underestimate me. It's useful. Hermione looked troubled but didn't argue. The end of term approached with the inevitability of all endings. Students packed trunks, exchanged addresses, made promises to write over the summer. Harry watched it all with mixed feelings. He didn't want to go back to Privet Drive. The thought of returning to the cupboard, to Vernon's rages and Petunia's contempt, made something sick twist in his stomach. But the blood wards were real, and Dumbledore had made it clear that Harry's protection depended on maintaining his connection to Lily's bloodline. You could come to the burrow. Ron offered again on the last day. Mum's already said yes. We've got room, maybe for part of the summer. I have to go back to Surrey first. There are magical reasons. Ron nodded slowly, understanding more than Harry had expected. The protection thing. Dumbledore mentioned it to my parents once. Something about blood magic. Something like that. They were on the train when Hermione brought up what they'd all been avoiding. He's coming back, she said quietly. Voldemort. He's not gone, just waiting. And when he returns everything changes. I know. So what do we do? How do we prepare? Harry looked out the window at the passing countryside, green and peaceful, nothing like the war that was coming. We learn. We practice. We build networks of allies and sources of information. We figure out what Dumbledore isn't telling us and why. And when Voldemort returns, we're ready for him. That sounds like a lot for 3 first years. We won't be first years forever. And we won't be alone forever either. Harry turned back to his friends. This is just the beginning. The first move in a very long game. As long as we keep moving forward, keep getting stronger, keep building towards something better, we have a chance. Ron grinned, despite the weight of what they were discussing. Potters find ways, right? Potters find ways. The train rolled on toward London, carrying 3 children who had already faced more than most adults ever would. And somewhere in the shadows, something dark waited, patient and hungry, for its chance to return. King's Cross Station was chaos, as always. Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, promising to write, promising to stay safe, promising to find a way to meet during the summer, and walked through the barrier back into the Muggle world. The Dursleys were waiting. Vernon's face was already purple. Petunia's lips were pressed thin enough to disappear. Dudley lurked behind them, looking uncertain in ways he hadn't before. The last year had changed something in him, though Harry couldn't quite identify what. In the car, Vernon growled. Now. Harry got in the car. He sat in silence during the drive back to Privet Drive, ignoring Vernon's muttered complaints about freaks and abnormality, letting Petunia's pointed comments about proper behavior wash over him without reaction. They didn't know. They couldn't know what he'd faced this year, what he'd learned, what he'd become. To them, he was still the unwanted nephew, the burden they'd been saddled with, the embarrassment they couldn't escape. Let them think that. Let them underestimate him. It was useful. Number 4 looked exactly the same, neat lawn, neat hedges, neat facade hiding the dysfunction within. Harry carried his trunk to his cupboard. No. To Dudley's second bedroom, which he'd apparently been given at some point during the year, probably after a threatening letter from Hogwarts, and started unpacking. The mirror was the first thing he touched. Fleamont's face appeared immediately, concerned. You're back. I'm back. How do you feel? Harry considered the question. He was tired, stressed, already dreading the weeks of Vernon's anger and Petunia's disdain. But underneath all of that, something else. Something that felt like hope. Ready, he said. For whatever comes next. Fleamont smiled. That's my boy. Chapter 40. Games within games. The summer at Privet Drive was exactly as miserable as Harry expected, and he handled it exactly as he'd planned. Wake early, do chores, avoid Vernon's temper, escape to Potter Cottage, whenever possible through carefully timed apparition. The blood wards pulsed with quiet power, every time he returned, accepting his presence, maintaining the protection that Dumbledore insisted was essential. Harry didn't trust that protection entirely. He didn't trust anything Dumbledore insisted was essential. But he played along, because playing along kept his options open. The letters from Ron and Hermione arrived regularly, once a week, carried by owls that drove Vernon into apoplectic fits every time one appeared at the kitchen window. Harry wrote back with careful vagueness, never mentioning his nightly trips to the cottage, never revealing the extent of his training. Some secrets were too important to commit to parchment. Fleamont pushed him harder than ever that summer. Second year will be different, the ghost said one night in late July, watching Harry practice dueling forms against phantom opponents he'd conjured from memory. You've established yourself as competent, but not exceptional. That gives you room to grow visibly without raising suspicion. But it also means Dumbledore will be watching more closely. He knows you're not the traumatized orphan he expected. He's trying to figure out what you actually are. Let him wonder. Harry deflected a phantom curse and countered with a precise stunner. The longer he's confused, the more time I have to prepare. Prepare for what, exactly? You keep saying you're preparing, but you've never told me what you're preparing for. Harry lowered his wand. The phantom dissolved. Everything, Voldemort's return, Dumbledore's manipulations, the prophecy, whatever it actually says, the political landscape of magical Britain. All of it. That's not a plan. That's a list of concerns. Fine. You want a plan? Harry turned to face his grandfather's ghost. Step 1. Survive Hogwarts while building a network of allies across all houses. Step 2. Learn everything Dumbledore knows about Voldemort without letting him realize I'm doing it. Step 3. Identify and cultivate relationships with key figures in the Ministry, the Wizengamot, and the international magical community. Step 4. When Voldemort returns, and he will return, be positioned to fight him on my own terms, not Dumbledore's. Fleamont was quiet for a long moment. That's ambitious. That's necessary. I'm not going to be a pawn, Grandpa. Not for Dumbledore, not for Voldemort, not for anyone. The only way to avoid being used is to be the one making the moves. And if your plans fail, if Voldemort is stronger than you expect, or Dumbledore more manipulative, then I adapt. I always adapt. Fleamont's expression softened with something that might have been pride. Your grandmother would have loved you, you know. Euphemia was always the schemer in our family. I was the inventor, she was the strategist. You've got her mind. I wish I could have met her. So do I. The ghost flickered slightly, emotion disrupting his control. But you have me, for what it's worth. And I'm not going anywhere until you don't need me anymore. I'll always need you. No, you won't. Someday you'll surpass everything I could teach you, and I'll be nothing but a voice of outdated advice. That's how it should be. Children are supposed to outgrow their parents. Flemont smiled. But until then, let's keep practicing. Your footwork is still sloppy on the reverse pivot. Harry raised his wand and began again. September 1st arrived with the usual chaos. Harry had arranged to meet Ron at King's Cross, having convinced Vernon to drop him at the station with a combination of strategic manipulation and implied magical threats. The Dursleys were learning, slowly, reluctantly, that their nephew was not someone to push too far. The barrier to platform 9 and 3 quarters was exactly where it should be. Harry walked through without hesitation, emerging into the familiar chaos of wizarding families saying goodbye, owls hooting, steam billowing from the Scarlet engine. Ron was waiting near the middle of the train, looking slightly taller and considerably more freckled than when Harry had last seen him. Beside him stood Ginny Weasley, starting her first year, her face a mixture of excitement and terror. "Harry!" Ron's grin was enormous. "You made it. We were worried. Mum wanted to come collect you personally, but Dad said Dumbledore had some kind of arrangement." "I'm fine." The Dursleys were their usual charming selves. Harry turned to Ginny, who had gone bright red and seemed incapable of speech. "You must be Ginny. Ron's told me about you." Ginny managed, before giving up entirely and hiding behind her mother, who had appeared with the rest of the Weasley clan. "Harry dear." Molly Weasley pulled him into a crushing hug before he could react. "Look at you. Still too thin, those muggles aren't feeding you properly." "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley." "Really? Nonsense. You'll come to the Burrow next summer. I've already decided." No arguments. She released him and bustled off to fuss over the twins, who were attempting to smuggle something suspicious onto the train. Ron caught Harry's eye and shrugged apologetically. "She's been like this all summer. Ever since she found out about the Dursleys." "How did she find out about the Dursleys?" "Hermione might have mentioned something." "In detail, with specific examples." Harry filed that away for later discussion. Hermione meant well, but sharing his personal history without permission was going to be a problem if it continued. They found a compartment and settled in, Ginny disappearing to find her own friends. Probably to escape Harry's presence, which seemed to render her completely non-functional. Within minutes, Hermione appeared, looking energized and carrying approximately 17 books. "I've been researching all summer," she announced, dropping into the seat beside Ron. "The Philosopher's Stone, the history of Voldemort's first rise, everything I could find on soul magic and dark artifacts. You won't believe what I've discovered." "Tell me." Hermione launched into an explanation that covered Horcruxes. Theoretical objects that could contain pieces of a soul, the history of Voldemort's academic career at Hogwarts, and various obscure references to immortality rituals that might explain his survival. Harry listened intently, referencing her findings with what Fleamont had taught him. "The Horcrux theory is interesting," he said when she finished. "If Voldemort split his soul to anchor himself to the mortal world, that would explain why killing his body didn't destroy him entirely. But it's supposed to be impossible. The books say no one has successfully created a Horcrux in centuries. The books also said Voldemort was the most powerful dark wizard in history. Maybe he figured out something the books don't know." Ron had been following the conversation with growing unease. "So you're saying he might have pieces of himself hidden somewhere, and until we find and destroy all of them, he can't really die?" "It's a theory. We don't have proof. But if it's true, then we have a lot more work to do than just preparing for his return." Harry's voice was grim. Why'd have to find and destroy every piece of his soul before we could actually defeat him? The compartment was quiet for a moment. Outside, the countryside rolled past, peaceful and oblivious. Well, Hermione said finally, I suppose we should add Horcrux research to the list. The list is getting very long, Ron muttered. Then we'd better get started. Hogwarts looked exactly the same as Harry remembered. Ancient, magnificent, saturated with magic that made his skin tingle. The boats across the Black Lake carried the first years, while the older students took carriages, and Harry found himself scanning the crowd automatically, noting who was talking to whom, which alliances had shifted over the summer. Draco Malfoy was holding court near the Slytherin carriages, his cronies Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like particularly stupid bookends. He caught Harry's eye across the crowd and nodded, once, something almost like respect in the gesture. Interesting. Something had changed. The sorting was the usual parade of nervous 11-year-olds, including Ginny Weasley, who went to Gryffindor to no one's surprise. She immediately attached herself to a group of first-year girls and seemed determined to avoid looking at Harry for the rest of the evening. She's been like that all summer, Ron said apologetically. Reading those stupid Harry Potter adventure books and building you up in her head. She'll get over it. There are Harry Potter adventure books. Loads of them. Completely made up, obviously. One of them has you fighting a dragon at age 7. I didn't fight any dragons at age 7. I know. That's what I told her. She didn't believe me. Harry added, fictional reputation management, to his growing list of concerns and turned his attention to the staff table. Most of the faces were familiar. McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, the usual assembly. But there was one new addition. The new defense against the dark arts teacher was impossible to miss. Gilderoy Lockhart sat at the center of the table, resplendent in robes of searing turquoise, his perfectly styled hair gleaming in the candlelight. He was waving at the students with the confidence of someone who expected, demanded, adoration. That's him, Hermione said, and there was something in her voice that made Harry turn to stare at her. Gilderoy Lockhart. He's written the most amazing books. Gadding with Goals, Holidays with Hags, Year with the Yeti. I've read them all twice. He's done the most incredible things. He's a fraud, Harry said flatly. Hermione's expression flickered. What? Look at him. Really look. That's not the body language of a seasoned adventurer. That's the body language of a performer. He's playing a character. You can't possibly know that just from. I've been trained to read people. Hermione. It's one of the first things I learned. Lockhart's smile doesn't reach his eyes. His gestures are rehearsed, not natural. And his books. I read the first one on Hagrid's recommendation, are full of technical errors that anyone with actual creature handling experience would have caught. Hermione looked troubled. But he's famous. He's won awards. He can't have faked all of it. Fame doesn't equal competence. I should know. Harry turned back to the staff table. Watch him this year. Really watch. I'll bet you 100 galleons he can't actually do half the things he claims. Hermione didn't take the bet, but she didn't argue either. The first defense against the dark arts class confirmed every one of Harry's suspicions. Lockhart spent the entire period talking about himself, his achievements, his hair care routine. When he finally got around to actual instruction, he released a cage of Cornish pixies into the classroom and proved completely incapable of controlling them. Harry, Hermione, and Ron spent 20 minutes capturing the creatures while Lockhart fled to his office. He's useless, Ron declared afterward, still picking pixie droppings out of his hair. Completely, utterly useless. How did Dumbledore hire him? Because no one else would take the job, Harry said. The position is cursed, remember. Lockhart's either brave enough to ignore the curse or stupid enough not to believe in it. Either way, Dumbledore was desperate. So we're going to spend another year learning nothing in defense. We're going to spend another year teaching ourselves. Harry was already mentally restructuring his study schedule. Hermione, can you put together a reading list? Advanced defensive magic, creature handling, counter curses. We'll hold study sessions in the library. That's not really how school is supposed to work, Hermione said, but she was already pulling out parchment to start the list. The first month of term established patterns. Classes, study sessions, careful observation of the castle's political dynamics. Harry noticed things, shifting alliances among the Slytherins, growing tension between some of the older students, mysterious messages appearing on walls that he couldn't quite decipher. The messages were the most troubling. Written in what looked like blood, they warned of the Chamber of Secrets being opened and enemies of the hair being destroyed. The first one appeared after Halloween, found by Filch near the second-floor corridor. The Chamber of Secrets is a legend, Hermione explained during an emergency study session. According to the stories, Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts before he left the school. He supposedly put something inside, a monster. Most versions say that only his true hair could control. And someone's claiming to be that hair now. That's what the messages suggest. But no one knows who. The attacks. What attacks? Hermione's face went pale. You haven't heard. Mrs. Norris was found petrified near the first message, and last week Colin Creevey, that first year who's always taking pictures, was found the same way. Frozen solid, like a statue. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. Petrification. That's not common magic, no. It requires either incredibly powerful spellwork or a creature. Something with a gaze that turns people to stone. Harry's mind was racing through Fleamont's lessons on dangerous magical creatures. A basilisk. That's what's in the chamber. It has to be. The king of serpents. But a basilisk's gaze is supposed to kill, not petrify. Unless you don't look at it directly. Mrs. Norris would have seen its reflection in the water on the floor. Colin was looking through his camera. They weren't fully exposed to the gaze, so they were petrified instead of killed. Hermione stared at him. That actually makes sense. How did you figure that out so quickly? I've been studying dangerous creatures since I was 6. My grandfather was very thorough. Harry stood up, already planning his next moves. We need to find out more about the chamber. Its location. How it's opened. Who could possibly be Slytherin's heir? Harry, this is dangerous. We should tell someone. Tell who? Dumbledore probably already suspects what I suspect. Lockhart is useless. McGonagall would just tell us to leave it to the adults. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. The adults failed to stop Voldemort for 11 years. They failed to notice Quirrell was possessed. I'm not counting on them to solve this either. You can't fight a basilisk. I'm not gonna fight it. But I can figure out who's controlling it and why. Harry grabbed his bag. Stay safe. Both of you. Don't go anywhere alone. And if you see anything suspicious, run first and ask questions later. He left before they could argue, his mind already racing with strategies and concerns. The investigation consumed him. Harry spent every free moment researching the Chamber of Secrets, interrogating Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the second-floor bathroom, and mapping possible entrances based on the locations of the attacks. He learned that Myrtle had died 50 years ago, killed by something with enormous yellow eyes that she'd seen in the bathroom just before everything went dark. In the bathroom, Harry muttered, studying his notes. She died in the bathroom. The chamber must be accessible from there. He found the entrance on a November evening, when everyone else was at dinner. A tap on one of the sinks was marked with a tiny snake, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it. Harry stared at it for a long moment, thinking about what he'd learned about Parseltongue. The ability to speak to snakes, supposedly a trait unique to Slytherin's bloodline. Voldemort was a Parselmouth. The connection between them, the scar, the piece of something lodged in Harry's forehead, might mean that Harry was too. There was only one way to find out. Harry focused on the snake carving and thought about speaking. Not English, but something else. Something that felt natural in a way he couldn't explain. But open, he hissed. The sink began to move. Harry watched, heart pounding, as the sink sank into the floor and revealed a dark tunnel leading down into the depths of the castle. Cold air wafted up from below, carrying the scent of old stone and something else. Something alive. He could go down there. Right now. Find the chamber, find the basilisk. Maybe find whoever was controlling it. But that would be stupid. He didn't know what defenses were in place, didn't know the layout, didn't have backup. Charging in alone would be exactly the kind of reckless Gryffindor behavior that Fleamont had warned him against. Close, Harry hissed, and the sink returned to its original position. He had the location now. He had confirmation that he could speak Parseltongue, which raised disturbing questions about exactly how deep his connection to Voldemort went. He had pieces of the puzzle, but not enough to see the whole picture. Time to find more pieces. The next attack happened 2 days later. This time it was a Ravenclaw 5th year, found petrified near the library with a mirror clutched in her hand. She'd been looking around corners with it, Harry realized, trying to protect herself from the basilisk's direct gaze. The students were terrified. Parents were writing letters demanding their children be sent home. The prophet ran daily stories about the monster of Hogwarts and Dumbledore's failure to protect his students. Harry watched it all with growing frustration. Someone was controlling the basilisk. The attacks were too targeted, too purposeful to be random. But he couldn't figure out who. The heir of Slytherin should have been obvious. Someone with Parselmouth abilities, someone with access to the chamber, someone with motive to attack Muggle-borns. The only person who fit all the criteria was Harry himself. That thought kept him up at night. The connection to Voldemort, the Parseltongue, the scar that throbbed whenever something dark was nearby. What if the heir wasn't controlling the basilisk consciously? What if they were being controlled themselves, possessed the way Quirrell had been possessed? What if it was him? He started keeping detailed notes of his movements, his dreams, his blackouts if any. He found nothing unusual, no missing time, no strange memories, no evidence that he was doing anything in his sleep. But the paranoia lingered. "You're not sleeping," Hermione observed one morning in December. "And you've been twitchy all week." "Nothing." "Harry." He looked at her. Really looked, seeing the concern in her eyes, the dark circles that suggested she wasn't sleeping well either. They were both carrying too much weight for 12-year-olds. "I found the chamber," he said quietly. "I can open it. That means I'm a Parselmouth. Which means I have abilities that are supposed to be unique to Slytherin's bloodline." Hermione's face went through several expressions. "You think you might be the heir?" "I think the piece of Voldemort that's lodged in my scar might be the heir. I think I might be doing things without knowing it." "That's..." She stopped. Started again. "That's terrifying." "I know." "Have you found any evidence that you're actually responsible?" "No. Nothing. But that doesn't mean." "Then it's not you." Hermione's voice was firm. "You're not losing time, you're not having suspicious dreams, you're not acting strangely. Whatever connection you have to Voldemort, it's not controlling your actions. You're still you." "How can you be sure?" "Because I know you. And the Harry I know would never hurt anyone, especially not Muggle-borns." She grabbed his hand. "Stop spiraling. Focus on finding the real culprit." Harry took a breath, let it out slowly. "You're right. Sorry. It's just terrifying and you're carrying too much alone." "I know. We all know." Hermione squeezed his hand. "Let us help. That's what friends are for." Christmas approached with its usual festive chaos. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts again, but Ron's invitation to the Burrow was harder to refuse this year, especially with Mrs. Weasley's increasingly pointed letters about proper Christmas experiences and growing boys who need home-cooked meals. He went. It was easier than arguing. The Burrow was everything Privet Drive wasn't. Chaotic, warm, bursting with life and noise and magic. The Weasleys welcomed him like he was already part of the family, Fred and George pranking him relentlessly, Percy lecturing him about OWL. Preparation. Ginny still going red and mute whenever he entered a room. "She's got it bad," Ron observed on Christmas Eve, watching his sister flee to the kitchen rather than sit next to Harry at dinner. "Mum thinks it's cute. I think it's weird. It'll pass." Harry was more concerned with the diary he'd noticed in Ginny's possession. A small black book that she wrote in constantly, clutching it like a lifeline. Something about it felt wrong. though he couldn't identify what. "Ginny," he said the next morning, finding her alone in the living room while everyone else was still sleeping. "That diary you've been writing in, where did you get it?" She went scarlet immediately. It's just how did you? I noticed things. Where did you get it?" "It was in my cauldron when we bought my school supplies. I thought Mum put it there, but she says she didn't." Ginny's voice dropped to a whisper. "It writes back, Harry. When I write in it, words appear. Tom says, Tom Riddle. He was a student here 50 years ago. His memory is in the diary somehow. He's been helping me, giving me advice about school and..." She stopped, her expression shifting to something uncertain. "You think there's something wrong with it? I think magical objects that talk to you and claim to be memories of dead students are extremely dangerous." Harry kept his voice calm, but inside alarm bells were screaming. Tom Riddle. 50 years ago. The same time frame as Myrtle's death, as the first opening of the chamber. "Can I see the diary?" Ginny clutched it tighter. "Tom's been helping me. He understands me. He's the only one who..." "Ginny, please." Something in his voice must have gotten through. Slowly, reluctantly, she handed over the diary. It looked ordinary. Black leather cover, blank pages when Harry opened it. But the magic radiating from it was anything but ordinary. Harry could feel it, a cold presence that reminded him uncomfortably of the sensation he got from his scar. He pulled out a quill and wrote, "My name is Harry Potter." The ink sank into the page and disappeared. A moment later, new words appeared in a different handwriting. "Hello, Harry Potter. Ginny has told me so much about you." Harry's blood went cold. "Tom Riddle. Tomnarvooridle. I am Lord Voldemort." He was holding a piece of Voldemort's soul. "Ginny," Harry said, his voice very carefully controlled. "How long have you been writing in this diary?" "Since September." "Tom's been. Have you told Tom anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" Ginny's face went from red to white. "How did you know about? Have you had any blackouts? Any periods where you can't remember what you were doing?" Sometimes. But Tom said that was normal, that it was just stress." Harry closed the diary. The cold presence seemed to pulse against his hands, reaching for him, trying to establish the same connection it had with Ginny. "This isn't a friend, Ginny. This is a trap. Tom Riddle became Lord Voldemort. This diary is a piece of his soul, and it's been using you to open the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk." Ginny stared at him. Then she burst into tears. The next hour was chaos, explaining to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, extracting Ginny's full story. Watching the girl he'd thought was just embarrassingly infatuated reveal herself as an unwitting pawn in Voldemort's return. She'd been writing in the diary for months, pouring her heart out to someone who seemed to understand her. And Tom had been feeding on that, growing stronger, eventually strong enough to possess her and use her body to open the chamber. "I didn't mean to," Ginny sobbed. "I don't remember doing any of it. He said he was helping me, said he understood. It's not your fault." Harry's voice was gentle despite the fury burning in his chest. "Voldemort is the most manipulative dark wizard in history. You didn't stand a chance. But the attacks, Mrs. Norris, Colin, were done by Tom, using your body without your knowledge. You're a victim, Ginny. Not a criminal." Mr. Weasley had already flued Dumbledore. The headmaster arrived within the hour, his expression grave as Harry explained everything. The diary, the connection to Riddle, the parcel tongue, the location of the chamber. "You've been busy, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was unreadable. "Very busy indeed. Someone had to figure it out. The attacks were going to continue until someone did. And you didn't think to bring this information to a teacher." "I was going to, once I had enough to prove my theory. Which I do now." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze directly. "The diary needs to be destroyed. It's a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul. That's how he's been possessing Ginny." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. "You know about Horcruxes." "I know about a lot of things. The question is whether you're going to do anything about it, or keep playing your cards close to your chest while students get hurt." The silence that followed was charged with tension. Mrs. Weasley looked horrified, Mr. Weasley impressed despite himself. Ginny had stopped crying and was staring at Harry with something like awe. "The diary will be destroyed," Dumbledore said finally. "The basilisk will be dealt with, and you and I, Harry, are going to have a long conversation about exactly what you know and how you learned it. Looking forward to it." They returned to Hogwarts early. Dumbledore insisted on handling the basilisk personally, which Harry found frustrating but accepted. He wasn't stupid enough to think he could fight a 60-foot serpent, no matter how much training he'd had. The chamber was sealed. The diary was destroyed. Dumbledore used fiendfire, the only thing capable of damaging a Horcrux beyond repair. Ginny was cleared of all wrongdoing, though she would need therapy for years to deal with the trauma of having been possessed, and Harry found himself summoned to the headmaster's office 2 days before term resumed. "Sit down, Harry." Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from his desk. "We have much to discuss." Harry sat. "You want to know how I figured out so much so quickly?" "Among other things." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "You know about Horcruxes, which is information restricted to the highest levels of magical academia. You identified the basilisk before any of my staff did. You tracked down the chamber's entrance using investigative methods that most adults would struggle to replicate. And you did all of this while maintaining excellent grades and apparent normalcy. I'm motivated. You're trained. The question is by whom?" Harry considered lying, considered deflecting, obfuscating, maintaining the mystery that had served him so well. But Dumbledore had just destroyed a Horcrux and sealed a chamber of ancient evil. Maybe he'd earned a small piece of truth. "My great-great-grandfather," Harry said, "Fleamont Potter. He died before I was born, but he's been bound to Potter Cottage as a ghost since then. He found me when I was 5, escaping from the Dursleys. He's been teaching me ever since." Dumbledore's expression went through several shifts. Surprise, understanding, and something that might have been guilt. "Fleamont. I should have guessed. He always was brilliant, and stubborn enough to refuse to move on." The headmaster's voice was heavy. "He's the one who told you about the Blood Wards, I assume, and about my role in placing you with the Dursleys. Among other things. I don't suppose he painted me in a favorable light. He painted you accurately. A manipulator who plays chess with people's lives. A man who believes in sacrifice and acceptable losses." Harry's voice was flat. Was he wrong? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. No, he wasn't wrong. He simply didn't tell you the whole story. "Then tell me." "Voldemort marked you as his equal the night he attacked your parents. The prophecy that led him to you." "Yes, I'll tell you about the prophecy." "Declared that either you must kill him or he must kill you. Neither can live while the other survives." Dumbledore's eyes were old, tired, full of weight. "I have been preparing for the day when you would face him again since you were 15 months old. Everything I have done, the Blood Wards, the placement with the Dursleys, the monitoring of your development, was intended to give you the best possible chance of survival. Be keeping me ignorant and abused. Be keeping you protected and humble. I thought." Dumbledore stopped. "I thought a child who grew up grateful for kindness would be easier to guide. Easier to prepare. I was wrong, clearly. You have become something far more formidable than I anticipated, and you did it entirely without my guidance. Thanks to Fleamont. Yes, thanks to a dead man's ghost who loved you enough to defy my carefully laid plans." Something like a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. "He always was better at the personal touch than I was. I think too much in terms of grand strategy, and I forget that strategies are made of people." Harry studied the old wizard's face, looking for deception and finding honesty. More honesty than he'd ever heard from Dumbledore before. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now we work together. You're too valuable to sideline and too independent to control. So instead, I propose a partnership. I'll share what I know about Voldemort, the Horcruxes, the prophecy. You'll share what you've learned from Fleamont, what insights you've gained, what plans you're developing." Dumbledore leaned forward. "I will not lie to you anymore, Harry. I will not manipulate you or keep you in the dark. You've earned better than that." And if I don't trust you, then you don't trust me, and we proceed with caution on both sides. But I hope, that we can build something better. Allies working toward a common goal, rather than a puppet master and his reluctant pawn. Harry thought about it. The offer was tempting: access to Dumbledore's knowledge, his resources, his connections. But trust was something that had to be earned, and Dumbledore had done nothing but violate it for Harry's entire life. Allies, Harry said finally. Not friends. Not yet. You've got a lot to make up for. I understand. Dumbledore extended his hand. Allies, then, working together against Voldemort and whatever other threats arise. Harry shook the hand. It was a beginning, not an ending. Not forgiveness. Just a beginning. The rest of the year passed quickly. With the chamber sealed and the diary destroyed, the attacks stopped. Students returned to normal, though Ginny Weasley remained withdrawn and haunted. Harry made a point of checking on her regularly, not as the hero who'd saved her but as a friend who understood what it felt like to have Voldemort in your head. Does it ever go away? She asked him once, in March. The feeling of being dirty, like something's been inside you that shouldn't have been. I don't know. Harry admitted. I've had the connection since I was a baby. I don't remember not having it. But you manage. You're so strong, Harry. I don't know how you do it. Practice. And having people who care about me. He touched her shoulder gently. You've got that too, Ginny. Your family loves you. Your friends care about you. Let them help. She started smiling more after that. Started eating properly, participating in class. It wasn't a complete recovery. That would take years, but it was progress. Dumbledore kept his word about sharing information. Over the course of the term, he explained the full prophecy, the history of Voldemort's rise, his theories about Horcruxes and their destruction. Harry shared some of what Fleamont had taught him, though he kept the most sensitive details private. Trust was earned in increments, not granted in lump sums. You're different than you were last year, Hermione observed on the train ride home. More settled. I've got a clearer picture of what I'm dealing with. That helps. And Dumbledore. We're working together. Sort of. Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside. I still don't trust him completely. But he's being honest now, or at least more honest than before. That's worth something. Progress. Ron agreed. Weird, slow Dumbledore-shaped progress. But progress. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry said goodbye to his friends, promised to write, promised to stay safe. He walked through the barrier and found himself facing Vernon Dursley's purple face. In the car. Now, Harry got in the car. He sat in silence during the drive, ignoring Vernon's complaints, thinking about the year ahead. Third year would bring new challenges. Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, according to the papers Fleamont had shown him through the mirror, was only weeks away, but he was ready, or as ready as anyone could be. Potters found ways. Chapter 5. Mirrors and Monsters. The summer before third year started with Sirius Black's face plastered across every newspaper in Britain. Harry stared at the Daily Prophet headline, Messes mar dr escapis Ezekiel bien, and felt something cold settle in his stomach. The photograph showed a man who looked barely human, gaunt and wild-eyed, screaming silently from behind matted black hair. 12 years in the wizard prison had reduced him to something feral. He was your father's best friend, Fleamont said through the mirror that night, his ghostly face grave. Before he betrayed them. Tell me everything. The story came out in pieces. Sirius Black, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Black, sorted into Gryffindor against all family tradition. Best friends with James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. The four of them inseparable throughout their Hogwarts years, calling themselves the Marauders. And then, during the war, Sirius had become the Potters' secret keeper. The only person who could reveal the location of their hiding place to Voldemort. He sold them out, Fleamont said. That's what everyone believes. Told Voldemort where to find them. Then killed Pettigrew and 12 Muggles when Peter confronted him about the betrayal. All they found of Pettigrew was a finger. What do you believe? Fleamont was quiet for a long moment. I believe Sirius loved James like a brother. I believe he would have died before betraying him. The ghost's form flickered with old grief. But I also know what Azkaban does to people. 12 years with the Dementors. Whatever Sirius was before, he's something else now. And he's coming for me. That's what the Ministry thinks. The prophet says he was heard muttering, "Who's at Hogwarts?" in his sleep. They assume he means you. Harry filed that away and started planning. The Dursleys were even more unbearable than usual that summer, largely because Vernon's sister, Marge, was visiting. A Marge Dursley was everything Harry despised about Vernon concentrated into an even more unpleasant package. Loud, cruel, and absolutely convinced of her own superiority. She arrived on Harry's birthday, which seemed deliberate. "Still here, are you?" Marge said, eyeing Harry with undisguised contempt. "Thought they'd have shipped you off to a correctional facility by now." "Bad blood, that's what it is." "Shows in the breeding." Harry said nothing. He'd learned patience over the years, learned to let insults wash over him without reaction. A Marge wasn't worth his energy. But she kept pushing. "Your mother," Marge announced on her third night, well into her fourth glass of brandy, "was a bad egg. I remember Petunia telling me about her. Ran off with some unemployed layabout and got herself killed in a car crash. Drunk, probably. That's how these people end up. My mother wasn't drunk." Harry's voice was very calm. "Too calm. Don't you take that tone with me, boy. I'm simply stating facts. Bad blood, bad choices, bad end. It's genetics. You can't escape your breeding. My mother was a hero. She died protecting me from a murderer." "A murderer." Marge laughed, a wet, ugly sound. "Is that what they told you?" "Probably just fell down drunk and crushed you in her sleep. You're lucky you survived at all, growing up with." Something snapped. Not Harry's temper. He'd learned to control that years ago. But the magic inside him, the power that usually stayed leashed and directed, surged outward in response to a fury he couldn't quite contain. Marge began to swell. It started with her fingers, puffing up like sausages. Then her face, her arms, her entire body inflating like a grotesque balloon. She rose from her chair, still expanding, her screams of outrage turning to screams of genuine terror as she floated toward the ceiling. "Wedreoudg," Vernon bellowed, lunging at Harry. "Steep it ry-ght no." Harry couldn't stop it. The magic was flowing through him without conscious direction, responding to years of suppressed rage. Years of insults and abuse, and being treated like vermin in his own supposed home. Marge hit the ceiling. Then she hit the chandelier. Then she began drifting toward the back door, which someone had left open. Harry watched her float out into the night sky, still screaming, still swelling, and felt absolutely nothing except a grim satisfaction. Then he grabbed his trunk from under the stairs, called Hedwig from her cage, and walked out the front door. He didn't look back. The night bus appeared within minutes of Harry, sticking out his wand hand. A triple-decker purple monstrosity that seemed to exist in defiance of basic physics. The conductor, a pimply young man named Stan Shunpike, helped him aboard with minimal questions. "Diagon Alley," Harry said. "I need somewhere to stay. Leaky Cauldron's your best bet. They've got rooms." Stan squinted at Harry's forehead. No. Harry lied smoothly. "I just have an unusual scar. Potions accident. The ride was chaotic. The bus hurtling through London at impossible speeds while the interior contents, including Harry, slid around like loose cargo. By the time they reached the Leaky Cauldron, Harry was bruised, exhausted, and absolutely certain he never wanted to ride the night bus again. He'd barely stepped off when a hand closed on his shoulder. "Mr. Potter." Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, was standing in the doorway of the pub, his lime green bowler hat slightly askew. "We've been looking for you." Harry's mind raced through possibilities. The statute of secrecy violation, Marge. The ministry had to have detected his underage magic use, had to know what he'd done. "Minister," he said carefully. "I can explain." No need. Accidental magic, obviously. Completely understandable given the circumstances. The accidental magic reversal squad is already handling your aunt. She's been deflated and obliviated. No harm done. Fudge's smile was too wide, too eager. "We're just glad you're safe." That wasn't right. Harry had used significant magic against a muggle, had fled his guardian's home, had potentially violated half a dozen laws. The Minister for Magic shouldn't be greeting him like a favored nephew. "You were expecting me," Harry said slowly. "Why?" Fudge's smile flickered. "Well, obviously we were concerned. What with Sirius Black on the loose? You understand, can't have our young hero wandering about unprotected." Sirius Black. Harry kept his voice neutral. "The one who escaped Azkaban." Yes, terrible business. But you'll be safe here, and then at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's implementing additional security measures. Dementors, actually, the Azkaban guards, will be stationed around the school grounds. Dementors. Harry had read about them in Fleamont's books, soul-sucking entities that fed on human happiness, that forced their victims to relive their worst memories. At a school. Necessary precautions. Black is extremely dangerous, because he's coming for me. Fudge hesitated. We have reason to believe, that is to say, yes, we think Black may be targeting you. Some connection to your parents, probably. Revenge, that sort of thing. Harry studied the minister's face. The nervous eyes, the too jovial expression, the way he kept glancing at Harry's scar. There was something Fudge wasn't saying. Something important. "Thank you for your concern, Minister. I'll be careful." "Excellent. I've arranged a room for you here. The Ministry will cover expenses, of course. Least we can do." Fudge patted Harry's shoulder with sweaty enthusiasm. "Stay safe, Mr. Potter. Britain needs you." He bustled off, leaving Harry standing in the doorway of the leaky cauldron, with more questions than answers. The remaining weeks of summer were spent productively. Harry had access to Diagon Alley, to Flourish and Blots, to the resources he'd lacked at Privet Drive. He researched Sirius Black obsessively, read everything he could find about Dementors and their weaknesses, and practiced defensive magic in his rented room until he could perform basic hexes in his sleep. Hermione arrived 2 weeks before term, having finished her family vacation early. Ron joined them a week later, sunburned from Egypt, where his family had been visiting Bill. The three of them spent their days shopping for school supplies and their evenings planning for the year ahead. "Dementors at Hogwarts," Hermione said, her voice tight with disapproval. "It's monstrous. They're not controllable. They attack anyone who gets too close, regardless of guilt or innocence." Fudge is scared. Harry had thought about this a lot. Black escaped from Azkaban, which was supposed to be impossible. No one's ever done it before. The Ministry's entire security apparatus is built on the assumption that Azkaban is inescapable. If that's not true anymore, everything they believe about security is wrong. Ron finished. Bloody hell. No wonder Fudge is panicking. Hayes also hiding something. The way he talked about Black, about me. There's more to this than just an escaped prisoner seeking revenge. What do you think it is? I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out. The Hogwarts Express was as crowded as ever, students jostling for compartments, owls hooting, parents calling last-minute advice. Harry found a compartment near the back with Hermione and Ron, along with a sleeping man who'd claimed the corner seat, and hadn't moved since they'd boarded. Professor R.J. Lupin. Hermione read from the tag on his battered suitcase. "He must be the new defense teacher. Looks like he's been through a war," Ron observed. "Those scars on his face." Harry studied the sleeping professor with more interest. Lupin was thin, almost gaunt, his prematurely gray hair contrasting with a face that couldn't have been much past 30. The robes he wore were patched and faded, suggesting limited resources. But despite his shabby appearance, something about him felt competent. Dangerous, even. The train had been moving for about an hour when it happened. A cold swept through the compartment. Not natural cold, but something deeper. Something that reached into Harry's bones and squeezed. The lights flickered. Outside the window, frost began forming on the glass despite the summer heat. "What's going on?" Ron's voice had gone high with fear. Harry felt it before he saw it. A presence at the compartment door. A wrongness that made his scar throb and his stomach clench. He turned and found himself staring at a Dementor. The creature was tall and hooded, its face hidden in shadow, but Harry could feel its attention fixed on him. It seemed to be feeding on something. The warmth in the air, the light in the compartment, the hope in Harry's chest. And then the memories came. A flash of green light. A woman screaming. Not just screaming, begging. Not Harry, please, not Harry. A cold, high laugh. The sound of something collapsing, falling, dying. Harry's vision went dark. He woke to the smell of chocolate and the sound of Hermione saying his name with increasing urgency. Harry! Harry! Can you hear me? I'm fine. He wasn't fine. His head was pounding, his mouth tasted like copper, and someone had apparently filled his chest with ice water. What happened? You passed out. Ron's face swam into view, pale and worried. The Dementor tried to get into the compartment and you just collapsed. Hermione screamed. I tried to do something but I didn't know what. And then Professor Lupin woke up. Hermione gestured to the corner, where the shabby man was now very much awake and watching Harry with an expression that was hard to read. He drove the Dementor away. Made it flee with some kind of silver light. A patronus, Lupin said. His voice was hoarse, as if he didn't use it often. The only reliable defense against Dementors. He held out a piece of chocolate. Eat this. It helps. Harry took the chocolate and bit into it. Warmth spread through him immediately, pushing back the lingering cold. Thank you. Don't mention it. Lupin was still watching him with that unreadable expression. Dementors affect people differently. Some feel mild discomfort. Others. He trailed off. You seem to have had a strong reaction. I heard my mother. Ding. The words came out before Harry could stop them. That's what I heard when it got close. Her last moments. Silence fell over the compartment. Ron looked horrified. Hermione looked like she might cry. And Lupin's expression cracked, just for a moment, revealing something raw underneath. I knew your mother, he said quietly. And your father. We were friends at Hogwarts. He stood, gathering his tattered cloak. I should inform the conductor about this. They're not supposed to enter the train. He paused at the door. Eat all the chocolate, Harry. You'll feel better. He left before Harry could ask any of the questions burning in his mind. Hogwarts was surrounded by Dementors. Harry could feel them as the carriages approached. A cold weight at the edge of his consciousness, a constant low, level drain on his ability to feel hope. The creatures drifted around the castle's perimeter like spectral guards, their presence turning the cheerful September evening into something darker. This is wrong, Hermione said, her voice tight. Having those things anywhere near students dull. Dumbledore doesn't have a choice. Harry had been thinking about it since his encounter on the train, Fudge insisted. And Dumbledore can't afford to openly defy the Ministry, not when he's already walking a political tightrope between the blood purists and the progressives. You think he wanted them here? I think he accepted them, because refusing would have cost him more than accepting. That's how Dumbledore operates. Cost-benefit analysis with people's well-being as a variable. The sorting feast was muted by the Dementor's presence. Even the first years seemed subdued, their usual excited chatter reduced to nervous whispers. Dumbledore's welcoming speech addressed the situation directly, warning students to stay away from the creatures and assuring them that Hogwarts remained the safest place in Britain. Harry didn't believe that for a second. After the feast, he made his way to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle admitted him without complaint. Apparently the headmaster had been expecting the visit. Harry. Dumbledore looked tired, older than he had at the end of last year. I assume you're here about the Dementors. And about Sirius Black. And about whatever Fudge isn't telling me. Straight to the point. Very well. Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from his desk. What do you want to know? Why is Black really coming for me? Fudge said it was revenge, something connected to my parents. But that's not the whole story, is it? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. No, it's not. He steepled his fingers. What do you know about your father's friends at Hogwarts? The Marauders. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew. They were inseparable until the war, when Black allegedly betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Allegedly. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. That's an interesting word choice. My grandfather doesn't believe Black was the traitor. He says Sirius loved my father too much to betray him. Fleamont was always a good judge of character. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I confess, I've wondered the same thing over the years. The Sirius Black I knew would have died before betraying James. But the evidence was overwhelming. He was the secret keeper. Pettigrew confronted him. 12 Muggles died in the explosion. What if the evidence was wrong? Then an innocent man has spent 12 years in Azkaban, and the real traitor is still free. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. That possibility has haunted me since the night your parents died. But you haven't done anything about it. What would you have me do? Black never received a trial. Barty Crouch, who was head of magical law enforcement at the time, sent him directly to Azkaban. The political climate was such that no one questioned it. And afterward, Dumbledore spread his hands. There was no evidence to challenge. No witnesses besides Black himself, who reportedly laughed as the Aurors arrested him. Maybe he was laughing at something else. Maybe he was in shock. Maybe. Harry stopped, frustrated. You're the most powerful wizard in Britain. If you wanted to investigate, you could. And if I did, and found nothing, I would have spent political capital for no gain. If I did, and found evidence of Black's innocence, I would have exposed the Ministry's complicity in imprisoning an innocent man without trial. Either outcome would have damaged my ability to influence events, to prepare for Voldemort's return, to protect you. Dumbledore's voice was wary. I made a calculation, Harry. I decided the potential benefits of investigating didn't outweigh the certain costs. Perhaps that was wrong. Perhaps I should have prioritized justice over strategy. Perhaps you should have. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Harry asked the question that had been burning in him since the train. Remus Lupin. He's the new defense teacher. Did you hire him because of Black? Partly. Remus is an excellent instructor, and we've struggled to fill the position. But yes, I also hoped his presence might draw Black out, might provide some closure either way. Dumbledore hesitated. There's something else you should know about Remus. Something that explains his condition, his scars, his frequent absences from the Marauders' documented activities. He's a werewolf. Dumbledore blinked. How did you? The scars are consistent with self-inflicted wounds during transformation. He looks ill because the full moon is in 3 days. And my grandfather mentioned that James and his friends became illegal animagi specifically to keep Lupin company during his transformations. Harry shrugged. It wasn't hard to figure out. You continue to surprise me, Harry. Dumbledore almost smiled. Yes, Remus is a werewolf. He was bitten as a child and has struggled with the condition ever since. I gave him a place at Hogwarts despite his affliction, and he's repaid that trust 1,000 times over. He's a good man. I know. Harry had felt it, somehow in the brief interaction on the train. The kindness beneath the wariness. The competence beneath the shabby exterior. I want him to teach me. Hay will be teaching you. Defense against the dark arts. Not defense. The Patronus charm. The thing he used against the Dementor. Harry leaned forward. The Dementors affect me more strongly than other people. I can't function around them if I'm going to collapse every time one gets close. I need to learn how to protect myself. Dumbledore considered this. The Patronus is NEWT, level magic at minimum. Most adult wizards can't produce a corporeal one. You're 13. I'm Harry Potter. I killed a basilisk last year, albeit indirectly. I've been training with my ghost grandfather since I was 5. And I have Voldemort's soul fragment lodged in my scar, which apparently makes me a Dementor magnet. Harry's voice was flat. I don't have the luxury of learning at a normal pace. No, Dumbledore said quietly. I suppose you don't. He nodded. I'll speak with Remus. If he's willing, I'll authorize private lessons. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The Patronus is one of the most difficult charms in existence. It requires absolute focus on a single, powerful happy memory. Something the Dementors can't touch, can't corrupt. Dumbledore's eyes were knowing. Given your history, finding such a memory may be the hardest part. Harry thought about the Mirror of Arised. About the image of his family, alive and whole, standing beside him. I'll manage, he said. I always do. The first month of term established new patterns. Lupin's defense classes were everything Lockhart's had failed to be. Practical, engaging, genuinely educational. He taught them about dark creatures, defensive spells, the theory and practice of combat magic. Harry found himself actually looking forward to the lessons. The private Patronus sessions were harder. Think of a memory. Lupin instructed during their first session, a boggart, Dementor contained in a trunk between them. The happiest memory you have. Something pure, uncomplicated, full of joy. Harry thought about Christmas at the Burrow. About Hermione and Ron laughing at his jokes. About Fleamont's pride when he mastered a new spell. I have one. Hold on to it. Focus on it completely. Then say the incantation, Expecto Patronum, and direct the memory outward. Harry raised his wand. Focused on the memory. Mrs. Weasley's cooking, the twins' pranks, Ginny's gradual emergence from her shell. He felt the warmth of it, the simple human connection that he'd never had with the Dursleys. Expecto Patronum! A thin silver mist emerged from his wand. Not a shape, not a corporeal Patronus, just mist. Good start, Lupin said, but his expression suggested otherwise. Try again. A stronger memory, if you Harry tried again, and again, and again. Each time, the result was the same. Silver mist, weak and formless. Insufficient to repel even the boggart Dementor fully. The memory isn't strong enough, Lupin said after the fifth attempt. Or perhaps, he hesitated. Perhaps your happiest memories are complicated, tinged with other emotions that weaken them. My happiest memories involve people who might die because they're associated with me. Harry's voice was flat. My grandfather is a ghost. My parents are dead. My friends are targets. How am I supposed to find uncomplicated joy in any of that? Lupin was quiet for a long moment. May I tell you something about your father? Yes. James was brilliant, talented, charming, popular. Everyone loved him and he knew it, and for a long time that made him insufferable. A ghost of a smile crossed Lupin's scarred face. But when it mattered, when his friends were in trouble, when innocent people were threatened, James never hesitated. He didn't think about the danger, didn't calculate the odds, he just acted. That's not a happy memory. That's a character assessment. I'm getting there. Lupin sat down across from Harry. The night your parents went into hiding, James pulled me aside. He said. He said he knew the war might kill him. He'd accepted that. But he wanted me to know that if anything happened, he was glad for every moment. Every laugh, every prank, every stupid adventure we'd had together. He said his life wasn't about how it ended. It was about how it had been lived. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Why are you telling me this? Because you're looking for uncomplicated joy, and that doesn't exist. Not for you. Not for anyone who's lived through real darkness. What does exist is joy despite the complications. Happiness that acknowledges the pain and exists anyway. Lupin leaned forward. Your father was happy, Harry. Not because his life was easy, but because he chose to be. He found joy in friendship, in love, in fighting for what was right. That choice, that defiance of despair, is the strongest magic there is. Harry thought about it. Really thought, not just processing the words but feeling their weight. His grandfather, teaching him magic in the ruins of a murdered family's home. Choosing to pour everything he had into a child who might not survive long enough to use it. His friends, knowing they were targets, choosing to stand beside him anyway. Himself surrounded by people who wanted to use him, who wanted him dead, who saw him as a symbol instead of a person, and still finding moments of connection, of genuine happiness, of hope. That was the magic. Not the absence of pain, but the defiance of it. Again, Harry said, raising his wand. Let me try again. He thought about defiance. About Fleamont's love, refusing to be diminished by death. About Hermione's loyalty, refusing to be deterred by danger. About his own stubborn insistence on becoming something more than what Dumbledore planned. What Voldemort feared, what the Dursleys tried to beat out of him. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from his wand, not mist this time, but something solid. Something that took shape and bounded forward on 4 legs, antlers rising from its head like a crown. A stag, his father's animagus form. Extraordinary, Lupin whispered, and there were tears on his scared face. Absolutely extraordinary. The Patronus changed things. Word spread through the school that Harry Potter could cast a corporeal Patronus, a feat most adult wizards couldn't manage. Students looked at him differently now. Not just with the awe they'd always shown the boy who lived, but with genuine respect for something he'd earned. Even the Slytherins were impressed, though they hid it behind sneers and cutting remarks. Draco Malfoy, in particular, seemed conflicted. His traditional animosity warring with a grudging acknowledgement that Harry was becoming something formidable. "My father says the Patronus charm is family magic," Draco said one day, cornering Harry in an empty corridor. "Passed down through bloodlines. The fact that yours takes the form of a stao means my father's blood still runs in my veins. What a shock. It means you're more connected to the Potter legacy than anyone expected." Draco's voice was strange, almost curious. "The Potters were pure blood once, you know. Before your father married that muggle-born. Some of the old families still remember." And what do they remember, Draco? A family that chose love over blood purity. That fought against Voldemort while the Malfoys funded his campaign. Harry stepped closer. "You keep trying to fit me into your worldview, and you keep failing. I'm not a pure, blood supremacist or a muggle-loving rebel. I'm just me. Why is that so hard for you to accept?" "Because you don't make sense." Draco's frustration was visible. "You should be easy to categorize, but you're not. You're powerful but not arrogant. You're political but not partisan. You're complex. Like most people, when you bother to look past the labels." Harry shrugged. "Maybe you should try it sometime. Looking past labels. You might find the world is more interesting than your father taught you." He walked away, leaving Draco standing in the corridor with an expression that was becoming increasingly familiar. Confusion mixed with something that might have been respect. Sirius Black reached Hogwarts on Halloween. The attack came during the feast, when most of the school was gathered in the Great Hall. Black, in his animagus form, Harry had finally confirmed the theory. A large black dog had slipped past the Dementors and entered the castle through a passage the staff didn't know about. He'd tried to enter Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady, panicking, had refused to let him in without the password. He'd slashed her portrait and fled into the night. "All students will return to the Great Hall immediately," McGonagall's magically amplified voice announced. "Professors, begin searching the castle. The Dementors have been authorized to enter the grounds." Harry found himself in a corner of the Great Hall, surrounded by frightened classmates, thinking furiously. Black had come for him. That was the obvious conclusion. But he hadn't attacked any students on his way to the tower. Hadn't killed anyone, despite having ample opportunity. For a mass murderer driven mad by 12 years of Dementor exposure, he was being remarkably restrained. "He's not trying to kill me," Harry muttered. "What?" Ron was beside him, pale-faced. "Harry, he's a murderer. If he wanted to kill students, he could have." The castle was mostly empty during the feast. He walked right past occupied classrooms to reach the tower. He didn't even use lethal force on the fat lady. He damaged her portrait. But portraits can be repaired. Harry's mind was racing. He's after something specific, and it's not random murder. Then what is it? I don't know. But I'm going to find out. The opportunity came 3 days later, when Harry followed a hunch to the Shrieking Shack. The building was supposedly haunted, the most haunted location in Britain. Harry knew better. Fleamont had explained that the hauntings were actually Remus Lupin's transformations, concealed by the screams that leaked through poorly soundproofed walls. The shack was connected to Hogwarts by a secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow, installed specifically to give Lupin a safe place to transform. If Sirius knew about the passage, and he would, having helped create it, it was the perfect hiding place. Harry went alone. Not because he was reckless, but because he needed answers, and asking them in front of witnesses would complicate things. He brought his wand, his emergency portkey, a coin Fleamont had taught him to enchant, and the grim determination that had gotten him through 12 years of impossible situations. The shack was dark and dusty, furniture covered in sheets. a wallpaper peeling from the walls. Harry made his way through the rooms methodically, wand raised, senses alert. He found Sirius in the upstairs bedroom. The man looked even worse in person than he had in the photographs. Skeletal thin, his robes hanging off him like a tent, his eyes burning with an intensity that made Harry's scar twinge. He was sitting on the bed, staring at something in his hands, and he didn't react when Harry entered. "I was wondering when you'd come," Sirius said. His voice was hoarse, cracked from years of disuse. "You're smarter than your father was." He would have charged in immediately. "You're not here to kill me." "No." Sirius looked up, and his eyes were full of something that might have been grief. "I'm here to kill Peter Pettigrew." Harry kept his wand raised. "Pettigrew is dead. You killed him 12 years ago. I didn't kill him. He faked his death and framed me for the betrayal." Sirius's voice cracked with old rage. "Peter was the secret keeper, Harry. Not me. We switched at the last minute, because I thought I was too obvious a choice. Too close to James, too visible. Peter was supposed to be the safe option. No one would suspect him. Why should I believe you? Because I was never given a trial, never questioned under veritaserum, never allowed to present my side of the story." Sirius stood, and Harry's wand tracked him automatically. "If I were guilty, would I have waited 12 years to escape? Would I have come to Hogwarts without killing a single person? Would I be standing here, unarmed, trying to explain instead of attack? You could be insane. 12 years with Dementors made me more focused, not less, every day. I held on to one thought: I'm innocent. I'm innocent, and Peter is alive, and someday I'll prove it." Sirius's eyes were desperate now. "He's here, Harry. At Hogwarts. I've seen him. Pettigrew is dead. Pettigrew is an animagus, unregistered like me. He transforms into a rat that's missing a toe. Because that's all he left behind when he faked his death." Sirius moved toward the window, gesturing outside. "Your friend Ron has a rat, doesn't he? A rat that's been in his family for 12 years. A rat that's remarkably intelligent, that seems to understand human conversation. That's missing a toe on its front paw." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew. Hiding in plain sight. Waiting for his master to return. The pieces clicked into place with horrible clarity. Ron's family had owned Scabbers since before Harry was born. Since right after the Potters died. The rat was unusually long, lived for his species. And Harry had seen him flinch at newspaper headlines about Sirius's escape, seen him try to run away, seen behavior that made no sense for a normal pet. "You're telling the truth," Harry said slowly. "Will you help me prove it?" Harry lowered his wand. "First, we need to talk to some people. And then we're going to need a plan." The confrontation happened 3 nights later, in the Shrieking Shack, with witnesses. Harry had brought Ron, because it was his rat, and Hermione, because she was too smart to exclude. He'd also brought Lupin, who deserved to know the truth about his frembers. They'd cornered Scabbers, who had transformed under the influence of a forced animagus reversal spell into a sniveling, pot-bellied man who was unmistakably alive. "Sirius! Remus! My old friends!" Pettigrew's voice was high and panicked. "You don't understand. The Dark Lord. He would have killed me. You sold James and Lily to Voldemort." Sirius's wand was shaking with rage. "You were their friend. You stood beside them at their wedding, and you told that monster where to find them." "I didn't have a choice." "There's always a choice, Peter." Lupin's voice was quiet, but something dangerous lurked beneath it. "You could have died rather than betray them. I would have. Sirius would have. That's what friendship means." Harry watched the scene unfold with clinical detachment. Pettigrew was pathetic, crying, begging, trying to manipulate anyone who would listen. The man who had destroyed his family was nothing more than a sniveling coward who'd traded his friends' lives for his own safety. Why need to take him to the ministry? Harry said, cutting through Pettigrew's pleas. He needs to stand trial. Sirius needs to be exonerated. He deserves to die for what he did. Sirius's wand was pointed at Pettigrew's heart. He deserves justice. And so do you. Harry stepped between them. Kill him now, and you're a murderer. You'll spend the rest of your life on the run, and Pettigrew wins even in death. But take him to trial, prove your innocence, and you get everything back. Your freedom. Your name. Sirius froze. Your what? James made you my godfather. Didn't you know? Something broke in Sirius's expression. The rage drained away, replaced by a grief so raw it hurt to look at. I never got to. I know. Harry's voice was gentle. But it's not too late. We can still have something, if you let me help you. Sirius lowered his wand. Getting Pettigrew to the Ministry was complicated by the full moon. Lupin, caught up in the confrontation, had forgotten to take his wolfsbane potion. As they emerged from the passage beneath the Whomping Willow, the clouds parted and moonlight struck his face. The transformation was horrible, bones cracking, skin stretching, a man becoming a monster in real time. Sirius shifted immediately, the great black dog interposing himself between the werewolf and the students. Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione, pulling them back toward the castle. In the confusion, Pettigrew escaped. He slipped his bonds in his rat form, scurrying into the darkness before anyone could react. By the time Sirius subdued Lupin and the Dementors descended, drawn by the chaos, hungry for souls, Peter Pettigrew had vanished. But Harry had prepared for contingencies. Expecto Patronum, the stag burst from his wand, silver light blazing across the grounds. It charged into the swarm of Dementors, scattering them, driving them back from Sirius's prone form. Harry cast again and again, maintaining the Patronus, until the creatures retreated beyond the castle's perimeter. Sirius was unconscious when Harry reached him, his body battered from the fight with Lupin. But he was alive, and when Dumbledore arrived with a contingent of professors, Harry told the whole story. Pettigrew's survival, Sirius's innocence, the truth about what had really happened 12 years ago. The headmaster listened without interruption. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The Ministry will not accept this, he said finally. Without Pettigrew in custody, without physical evidence beyond your testimony, they'll want to give Sirius the Dementor's kiss immediately. Then we need to stop them. I agree. Dumbledore turned to McGonagall, who had arrived with the other professors. Minerva, delay the Ministry's response for as long as possible. Harry, he looked at the boy who had just cast a Patronus that could have defeated an army. I believe there's a time, Turner in Professor McGonagall's office, one that a certain student has been using to attend multiple classes simultaneously. Hermione's face went pale. Sir, that's necessary. Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, calculating. 3 turns should do it. Save 2 lives if you're careful. He met Harry's gaze directly. Remember that time is not to be trifled with. What's done cannot be undone. But what was always meant to happen, that can be ensured. Harry understood immediately. The Patronus, the one that saved Sirius earlier, before I cast it the second time. That was me too. Time is a loop, not a line. The future shapes the past as surely as the past shapes the future. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Go, save your godfather. The time, Turner experience was disorienting, watching themselves emerge from the Whomping Willow, watching Lupin transform, watching Pettigrew escape. Harry had to physically restrain himself from intervening, from changing things in ways that might unravel the entire timeline. But when the Dementors descended, he was ready. He stood at the edge of the lake, watching his past self struggle to maintain a Patronus, watching Sirius collapse under the creature's assault. For one horrible moment, he thought he'd been wrong, that the Patronus that saved Sirius had come from somewhere else, from someone else. Then he raised his wand. Xpt Tgomeom. The stag exploded from him, brighter than before, stronger. It thundered across the lake, its antlers gleaming with silver fire, and crashed into the Dementors with the force of a cavalry charge. The creatures scattered, fleeing before the manifestation of Harry's defiance, his joy, his refusal to let darkness win. Prongs. Harry heard Sirius whisper from across the lake. It's James. It has to be James. It's not, Harry said quietly, too far away to be heard. It's me. It's always been me. The rest of the night was a blur of activity. Sirius escaped on Buckbeak. Hagrid's hippogriff, another rescue Harry and Hermione had managed during their time-turned adventure. The Ministry arrived to find their prisoner gone, their narrative in shambles, their certainty replaced by uncomfortable questions. Fudge was furious. Snape was apoplectic, having been denied his chance to see Sirius kissed. But Dumbledore smoothed things over with the political skill that had kept him in power for decades, and by morning, the official story was that Sirius Black had somehow escaped on his own, that the students had been innocent bystanders, that the search would continue. Harry knew the truth, and more importantly, Sirius was free. "Thank you," Sirius said, appearing briefly by Harry's window before fleeing north on Buckbeak. "For believing me. For fighting for me. James would be proud." "Stay safe," Harry said. "Stay hidden. We'll find a way to clear your name properly." "I know." Sirius smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen on his gaunt face. "You're extraordinary, Harry. I always knew you would be." He flew off into the dawn, a fugitive still, but alive. Free, innocent, even if the world didn't know it yet. Harry watched him go and felt something settle in his chest. He had a godfather now. A real family connection. Someone who had known his parents, who could tell him stories, who could help him understand where he came from. The war was still coming. Voldemort was still out there. Pettigrew had escaped to find his master. But for this one moment, Harry allowed himself to feel hope. The end of term came quickly after that. Harry said goodbye to Lupin, who resigned after Snape, accidentally, revealed his condition to the students. He said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, promising to write, promising to stay safe. He even said goodbye to Draco Malfoy, who had watched the whole Sirius Black situation with barely concealed fascination. "You're going to change everything," Draco said on the platform at King's Cross. "I don't know how, but I can feel it. You're not going to play by anyone's rules." "Is that a problem?" "I don't know yet." Draco's expression was strange, not hostile, not friendly, just calculating. "But I'm starting to think I want to be around when it happens." Harry nodded once, acknowledging the statement without committing to anything, and walked through the barrier to find the Dursleys waiting. But this time, he had a letter in his pocket from Sirius Black, promising to stay in touch. This time, he had the memory of his Patronus, blazing across the lake like hope made manifest. This time he had the knowledge that somewhere out there, someone was fighting for him. Third year was over, fourth year was coming, and Harry Potter was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 6c. The Man with Two Faces, the summer before fourth year, brought two developments that changed everything. The first was Sirius's letters, arriving by tropical birds that couldn't be traced, filled with information about the old Order of the Phoenix and warnings about Death Eater movements. Sirius had connections everywhere, it seemed. Old friends, old debts. Old networks that had survived Voldemort's first fall and were stirring again now that rumors of his return had begun to spread. "Something's happening," Sirius wrote in July. The Dark Mark was seen at the Quidditch World Cup site before they'd even finished construction. Death Eaters are meeting in secret, reorganizing. And there's talk of a tournament, something at Hogwarts that hasn't happened in centuries. "Be careful, Harry. The pieces are moving." The second development was the Quidditch World Cup itself. Harry attended with the Weasleys, having escaped Privet Drive early through a combination of strategic manipulation and the threat of Sirius Black showing up to collect him personally. The match was spectacular. Ireland versus Bulgaria, Victor Crumb's legendary fainting, a final score that would be debated for decades. But the celebration afterward turned to chaos. Harry woke to screaming, to the smell of smoke, to the sight of masked figures marching through the campsite with wands raised and dark magic blazing. They were levitating Muggle bodies. The campsite managers, their families, spinning them through the air like grotesque puppets while fires spread through the tents. Death Eaters. The masks were unmistakable. "Run!" Mr. Weasley was shouting, pushing his children toward the woods. "Get to the forest!" "Stay together!" Harry ran with the others, but his mind was racing ahead, cataloging threats, calculating responses. The Death Eaters weren't attacking magical people. Not yet. They were making a statement, a demonstration of power meant to terrify rather than destroy. But why now? Why here? The answer came when the dark mark exploded into the sky above the campsite. A massive skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth, glowing sickly green against the stars. The Death Eaters scattered immediately, apparating away before the Ministry responders could arrive. They'd made their point. Voldemort's followers were active again, and they wanted everyone to know it. The journey back to Hogwarts was tense, the prophet full of speculation about the dark mark and what it meant. Harry spent the train ride reviewing everything he knew about Death Eater tactics, cross-referencing with what Sirius had told him, building a picture of an organization emerging from hibernation. They're testing the waters, he told Hermione and Ron in their compartment. Seeing how the Ministry responds, how the public reacts. If Fudge cracks down hard, they'll go back underground. If he minimizes it, they'll get bolder, Hermione finished. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. It's been bad since Voldemort tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We're just seeing the next phase. Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside. The tournament Sirius mentioned. The Triwizard Tournament. That's going to be the next move. I can feel it. You think they're going to attack Hogwarts? I think they're going to do something at Hogwarts. The tournament brings together all three major European magical schools, puts the spotlight on one location for an entire year. If you wanted to make a statement, to announce Voldemort's return in a way that couldn't be ignored, you'd do it there. Ron had gone pale. Bloody hell. Harry. We need to warn someone. Warn them of what? A hunch? A feeling? Harry shook his head. Dumbledore already knows something's coming. He's been preparing all summer. I saw the letters he exchanged with Sirius. What we need is more information. Specifics about what they're planning, when, how, and how do we get that? We watch, we wait, we stay alert. Harry's expression hardened. And when they make their move, we're ready for it. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the start of Term Feast, along with the arrival of delegations from Box Batons and Durmstrang. Harry watched the foreign students enter with analytical interest, noting potential allies, potential threats, potential sources of information. Victor Crumb was with the Durmstrang contingent. The famous seeker, only 18 but already world-renowned. He moved like a predator, all coiled power and watchful eyes, and Harry recognized the posture of someone who'd been trained to survive. The Boxbaton's delegation was led by Madame Maxime, a woman nearly as large as Hagrid, and included a cluster of students who radiated the particular confidence that came from knowing you were exceptional. One of them, a girl with silver, blonde hair and an otherworldly beauty, caught Harry's attention. Her features weren't quite human, suggesting Vila ancestry, and she walked like she expected the world to rearrange itself around her. Fleur Delacour, Hermione murmured, following Harry's gaze. Part Vila, supposedly brilliant. She's expected to be Boxbaton's champion? Champion. For the tournament. Each school selects one champion to compete. Didn't you read the pamphlet? Harry had read the pamphlet. He'd also read 6 books on Triwizard Tournament history, 3 essays on magical contract law, and Fleamont's personal notes on the last tournament in 1792. But he wanted to see what the official line was, how it differed from what he'd learned. The Goblet of Fire was revealed after the feast, an ancient artifact that would select the champions based on some inscrutable magical criteria. Students over 17 could enter their names, and the goblet would choose the worthiest from each school. Age line, Dumbledore announced, gesturing to a glowing circle around the goblet. Only those who have come of age may enter. This is not a decision to be made lightly. The tournament has claimed lives in the past. Harry watched the goblet with growing unease. Something about it felt wrong, though he couldn't identify what. The magic radiating from it was old, powerful, and binding in ways that reminded him of the diary, of objects that carried intentions beyond their apparent purpose. He said nothing. But he started planning contingencies. Halloween brought the champion selection, and with it, the confirmation of Harry's worst suspicions. The goblet chose Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour for Boxbatons, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. 3 champions, as expected. 3 students who had willingly entered their names and accepted the risks. Then, the goblet flared again. A 4th piece of parchment shot from the flames. Dumbledore caught it, read the name, and his face went pale. Harry Potter. The great hall erupted into chaos. Harry sat frozen in his seat, his mind racing through impossibilities. He hadn't entered his name. He was 14, too young, protected by the age line. Someone else had done this, had used his name without permission, had bound him to a magical contract he'd never agreed to. Harry. Hermione's voice was urgent. Harry, you didn't. I didn't enter. His voice was calm, but something cold was spreading through his chest. Someone entered me. Someone who wanted me in this tournament badly enough to circumvent Dumbledore's protections. Who would? Someone who wants me dead. Or someone who wants me somewhere specific, at a specific time for a specific purpose. Harry stood, ignoring the stares, the whispers, the accusations already forming on people's faces. I need to talk to Dumbledore, now. The argument in Dumbledore's office was predictable. Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, accused Harry of cheating. Maxim demanded a redraw. The ministry officials, Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, explained that the goblet's selection was magically binding, that Harry had no choice but to compete. I didn't enter my name, Harry said for the 5th time. Someone else did it. Someone who wants to use this tournament against me. The goblet doesn't care about intent, Crouch said flatly. It selected you. You're bound by magical contract. Refusal means loss of your magic. Then someone knew that when they entered my name. Someone who understood exactly how the goblet works and how to exploit it. Dumbledore was watching Harry with an expression that mixed concern with something else. Calculation, maybe, or grim understanding. Harry is correct. This was not his doing. Someone has entered him as a strategy, not a privilege. Strategy for what? Bagman asked, genuinely confused. To get him killed. Moody's voice came from the corner. Alastair Moody, the new defense teacher, a grizzled ex-RR with a magical eye that swiveled independently of his real one. The tournament's dangerous. Champions have died. If you wanted to assassinate Potter and make it look like an accident, this would be the perfect method. That's a serious accusation, Crouch said stiffly. It's a serious situation. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. Someone's playing games, Barty. Big games with the boy who lived as the prize. Question is who? Harry met the man's gaze, both gazes. The magical eye and the real one, and felt something shift in his assessment. Moody was watching him with an intensity that went beyond professional interest. There was hunger there, and anticipation, and something that looked almost like triumph. Interesting. I'll compete, Harry said, cutting through the ongoing argument. Not because I want to, but because I don't have a choice. But I want it on record that this wasn't my decision, and I want full access to any resources that might help me survive. That's not how the tournament. Crouch started. I don't care how the tournament usually works. Someone broke the rules to put me here. I'm going to use every advantage I can find to make it out alive. Harry's voice was flat, certain, leaving no room for negotiation. I trust that won't be a problem. Crouch sputtered. Bagman looked delighted, probably already calculating the betting odds. Dumbledore nodded slowly, something like approval in his ancient eyes. Very well, Harry. Whatever resources you need. Preparation consumed the weeks before the first task. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his dueling skills beyond what he'd thought possible. He researched past tournaments obsessively, identifying patterns, survival strategies, common challenges. He built alliances with the other champions, Cedric, who was surprisingly decent despite being Harry's technical rival, and Fleur, who recognized a fellow strategist when she saw one. You're not like the others, Fleur said during one of their planning sessions. The boys who trip over themselves to impress me, the girls who resent me for existing. You see me clearly. You're part Vila. Your allure affects people involuntarily. It's not their fault or yours. I've trained myself to recognize magical influences on my perception and compensate for them. Trained yourself how? Carefully. Harry smiled slightly. We all have our secrets, Fleur. I won't ask about yours if you don't ask about mine. She laughed. A genuine laugh, not the practiced tinkling that she used for social occasions. "I think I like you, Harry Potter. You're not what I expected." "I keep hearing that." Victor Crumb was harder to read. The Bulgarian seeker was intensely private, revealing nothing about his strategies or his thoughts. But Harry noticed things. The way Crumb watched Hermione during meals. The way he seemed uncomfortable with the fame that followed him everywhere. There was a person underneath the celebrity facade, one that Harry might be able to reach eventually. For now, though, the first task was approaching, and Harry had bigger